Hey there, story lovers. This is Fiction Blue, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry used Parseltongue to command the snakes around Privet Drive and drove the Dursleys out? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Garden Speaks. The summer Harry turned 10 was the hottest anyone on Privet Drive could remember, and the Dursleys handled the heat the way they handled most inconveniences, by pretending it was someone else's fault. Vernon Dursley had declared, on the 14th of July, that the garden was a disgrace. He had said this loudly, at breakfast, with his eyes fixed on Harry rather than on the garden itself, which was a technique Vernon had perfected over years, identify something wrong with the world, and communicate, without ever directly stating it, that Harry was responsible. Petunia had nodded from behind her coffee cup. Dudley had been too busy dissecting his third sausage to pay attention, but he caught the direction of his father's gaze and aimed a kick at Harry's ankle under the table, which seemed to satisfy some deep instinct in him. So Harry was in the garden. It was 8:30 in the morning and already the air sat heavy and thick against the back of his neck, the kind of heat that made the edges of things shimmer. He had a pair of gardening gloves 3 sizes too large, Dudley's discards, naturally, and a set of shears that didn't quite close all the way, and a list Vernon had left on the kitchen counter in handwriting so aggressive it had nearly torn through the paper. Mow. Edge. Weed the beds. Trim the roses. Do not touch the roses with your bare hands, boy, I don't want your fingerprints on them. Harry had read the list twice, folded it into his back pocket, and decided to do the weeding first because it was the only job where he could sit down. The flower beds ran along the back fence, and they were genuinely overgrown. Petunia's attention had turned entirely to her front garden this summer, the one the neighbors could see, so the back had gone a bit feral. Harry knelt in the dirt and started pulling at the thick tangles of bindweed that had strangled most of the marigolds, working methodically, dropping the weeds into a bucket beside him. He was good at being methodical. It was one of the few skills the Dursleys had accidentally given him. When you had no control over the large things in your life, you learned to be very precise about the small ones. He was almost at the corner of the bed, where the fence met the old wooden shed, when something moved near his left hand. Harry froze. Not from fear, or not exactly from fear, but from the particular stillness that comes when you suddenly understand you are sharing a space with something alive that you hadn't accounted for. His eyes tracked down and to the left, and there, coiled loosely around the base of a weed he'd been about to pull, was a grass snake. Small and green-gray, with that distinctive yellow collar behind the head. It was watching him with flat, ancient-looking eyes. Harry watched it back. He'd seen grass snakes in the garden before. There was a whole patch of long grass near the shed that Petunia never made him cut because she was vaguely afraid of it herself, and occasionally he'd see a snake moving through it on hot afternoons, hunting. He'd never been afraid of them. Vernon was, though he'd never admitted it, which was perhaps why Harry had always found them quietly reassuring. The snake held its position. Harry held his. Then, in a moment he would spend the rest of his life struggling to describe accurately, something happened in the back of his mind, like a lock he hadn't known existed sliding open, and the snake's behavior stopped being just movement and became, unmistakably, language. Not words, exactly. Not at first. It was more like the difference between hearing a sound and understanding a sentence, the same thing, but suddenly carrying information. The snake was communicating the fact of Harry's closeness, and more specifically, communicating that his closeness was an interruption of something important, and more specifically still, communicating that what Harry was about to interrupt was a matter of some significance. Harry sat back on his heels. He stared at the snake. The snake stared at him. The morning heat pressed down. Somewhere inside the house, he could hear the distant blare of the television that Dudley had already claimed for the day. Harry said, very carefully, not entirely sure what was happening, "I wasn't going to hurt you." What came out of his mouth was not quite English. He knew this the way you know when you're about to sneeze, the sensation of it moving through him before he could fully process or stop it. The sounds he made were sibilant and layered, more breath than voice, and they shaped themselves into something that was not English but was nonetheless, emphatically, communication. The snake's head lifted about 2 inches off the ground. Harry had the absolutely clear, absolutely certain, absolutely extraordinary impression that it was surprised. There was a pause that lasted, by Harry's estimate, approximately 1 geological era. Then the snake's whole posture changed, the coiled wariness becoming something more like attention, reoriented toward Harry with an intensity that made him feel suddenly very seen. And then it spoke back. Or, it communicated back. It was all sensation and impression and something just below the threshold of actual sound, but it arrived in Harry's mind as cleanly and completely as if the snake had tapped him on the shoulder and said, "You speak." "I think so," Harry said, or hissed, or both. His voice felt strange in his throat. Not wrong, the opposite of wrong, actually, which was the strange part. It felt right in a way that his own name sometimes didn't, in the way that Petunia said it with a particular exhausted contempt. The snake was called, it communicated, slowly, as if choosing whether to share the information, something that translated roughly to the one who knows the warm stones, which Harry thought was probably as close to a name as grass snakes got, and was honestly better than Dudley. "I'm Harry," he said. "I live here." "Well." He paused. "I stay here." The one who knows the warm stones considered this distinction. It had, Harry realized, opinions. There was something in the way it processed information that suggested not just instinct but a kind of slow, lateral intelligence. It thought in patterns of warmth and movement and threat and safety, in the way that rivers think in water, which is to say constantly and without rest. "What were you protecting?" Harry asked, because the snake had been very clear about the interruption. What followed was a communication so layered and specific that Harry had to concentrate hard to pull it apart. There was something underneath the shed. Not a single snake, a gathering. A nest, but more than a nest, something that the grass snake was communicating as the deep ones, which made the hair on Harry's arm stand up in a way that had nothing to do with fear. "How many?" Harry asked. The snake gave an impression of more than you would think, which was not a number but was absolutely an answer. Harry looked at the shed. It was old and slightly listing, built by the previous owners, and Vernon kept his garden tools in it, or rather, Vernon kept Harry's garden tools in it, since Vernon himself did not garden. The wood at the base was rotting in places, and there were gaps where the floor didn't quite meet the walls. Big enough, Harry now thought, looking at those gaps with new eyes, for a snake to get through. They live under the floorboards. Under. Beneath. In the old dark. The snake communicated this with a particular quality that Harry translated, slowly, as reverence. Not for the shed, for the adders. Adders, Harry said aloud, back in English, tasting the word. He'd known adders were around, they were the only venomous snake in Britain, and there were always vague warnings about them in the summer. He'd never actually seen one. He looked at the gap beneath the shed again. "They are old," the grass snake told him. "They have been here longer than the stone buildings." Harry thought about that. The houses on Privet Drive were about 30 years old. The adders had been here before Privet Drive was Privet Drive. Before it was anything except field and hedgerow, and the snakes had simply stayed, had retreated underground when the foundations came, and had been living, undetected, beneath Vernon Dursley's shed for 3 decades. Harry felt something that took him a moment to identify. It was satisfaction. The deep, structural kind. "Don't worry," he told the grass snake. "I won't tell anyone about the nest." "I know," the snake said, which was, Harry decided, either very reassuring or slightly ominous, and was perhaps both. He finished the weeding. He mowed the lawn with the ancient push mower, doing long, even stripes because Vernon had once, in a rare moment of grudging specificity, said he wanted them straight. He edged the borders with a half-broken tool that gave him a blister on his right palm. He trimmed the roses wearing the oversized gloves, careful not to leave any fingerprints, thinking the whole time about what was underneath the shed floor, slow and old and utterly indifferent to the Dursleys. He didn't go back to the snake. Not that day. But he thought about it constantly, with the focused intensity of someone who has been handed, for the first time, something worth thinking about. 3 days later, Harry went back. He went at dusk, when Vernon was watching television and Petunia was on the phone with her friend from the church committee and Dudley was at Piers Pocus's house for a sleepover that Harry had not been invited to, which suited him entirely. He walked to the back of the garden without hurrying, sat down in the long grass near the shed, and waited. The one who knows the warm stones appeared within about 4 minutes, which suggested either that snakes had a reliable internal clock, or that the grass snake had been paying attention. "I've been thinking," Harry said, in the hissing language that came easier now that he'd done it once, like a muscle he'd discovered. The snake communicated waiting. "Can I talk to the adders?" A long pause. Then, "They do not talk to walking ones." Walking ones meaning people. Meaning anything that walks on 2 legs and makes the ground shake. Harry thought about this. Have they ever spoken to a walking one before? The grass snake's communication carried something complicated, a quality of not in living memory, which from a grass snake who thought in terms of seasons and sun cycles meant quite a long time. But also a quality of something else underneath it, something the snake was choosing not to communicate directly, which Harry noticed but did not push. "Would they speak to me if you told them what I am?" Harry asked. "What are you?" It was such a direct question that Harry blinked. "I'm not entirely sure," he said honestly. "But I can talk to you. Doesn't that mean something?" The grass snake held very still in the way that, Harry was learning, meant deep consideration. "Wait," it finally said. Then it disappeared into the long grass, in the direction of the shed. Harry waited. The last of the sunlight turned the garden gold and then amber and then faded to the flat grey blue of an English summer evening. Bats appeared over the roofline, quick and erratic. Somewhere down the street a dog barked twice and stopped. Harry sat in the grass and did not fidget, because fidgeting was something you did when you were nervous, and Harry had decided, somewhere between the weeding and this moment, that he was not going to be nervous anymore. Or rather, he was going to be nervous sometimes, because he was 10 and some things were genuinely frightening, but he was not going to let it be the first thing he was, the way it had been for as long as he could remember. The grass near the shed's base shifted. Harry's attention sharpened. The movement was different from the grass snake, heavier, more deliberate, with a quality of unhurried purpose that immediately communicated something with significantly more mass and significantly more patience. The adder came out of the long grass and stopped about 4 feet from Harry. It was bigger than he'd expected from the gap under the shed, maybe 2 feet long, thick-set, with the distinctive dark zigzag pattern along its back and a blunt, triangular head that spoke unmistakably of the apparatus for producing and delivering venom. It watched Harry with copper-gold eyes that made the grass snakes look simple by comparison. Harry did not move. He breathed carefully and evenly and let the adder look at him. Then the adder spoke. The difference between adder speech and grass snake speech was like the difference between a stream and a slow, deep river. The grass snake communicated in quick impressions, instinctive and immediate. The adder communicated in layers, in something that arrived in Harry's mind not all at once but in sequence, like a very old and very patient mind unfolding itself deliberately. "The small one says you hear us." "Yes," Harry said. "Why should we speak with you?" Harry had thought about this. "I'm not sure you should," he said. "I'm not asking you to do anything. I don't want anything from you. I just," he paused, because the next part felt embarrassing and also true. "I wanted to know you were there. I live here and I've never known you were there, and that seemed wrong." The adder was still for a very long time. Long enough that a moth blundered between them, and a light came on in an upstairs bedroom window, and Harry heard the faint sound of Vernon's TV program through the kitchen wall. "You live in the stone den," the adder said finally. Not as a question. "Yes. With the large, angry walking ones." Harry almost smiled. "Yes. Are they your kin?" "No," Harry said, with a conviction that surprised him with its sharpness. "Not even a little bit." The adder considered this. The small one says you are something old. Harry glanced toward where the grass snake had retreated, invisible in the long grass. What does that mean? It means the blood in you is older than the houses. The adder's communication carried something then that Harry couldn't quite name, a recognition, he thought, or something close to it. Like being known by something that doesn't usually bother knowing things. We have felt something like you before. Long ago. Before the stone. Before the houses. Before much more than that. The night pressed in around them. The adder held its ground. Harry held his. My name is Harry, he said. We have no use for names of walking ones, the adder said. But you may speak with us. He spoke with them every evening for the rest of the week. What he learned, assembled piece by piece from impressions and communications and the particular intelligence of the deep ones, was this: the nest beneath the shed held 7 adders. They had been there, generation after generation, since before the estate was built. They hunted the gardens and the hedgerows and the strip of wasteland behind the back fence, and they returned to the dark under the floorboards to sleep through winter and to give birth in summer, and they had been doing this in perfect invisibility while the Dursleys went about their business 6 feet above them. Vernon walked over that nest every time he went to the shed. He walked over it to get the lawnmower, to get the gardening shears, to get the bag of road salt he kept there for winter pavements. He walked over 7 venomous snakes every time he unlocked that shed door, and he had no idea, and the thought of it made Harry feel something he couldn't quite call happiness but was definitely adjacent to it. He also learned, more gradually and with more effort, that he could ask for things. Not demand, the adders were emphatically not creatures you made demands of. But ask, with respect and some understanding of their terms, and they would consider it. The grass snake was more accommodating, younger and more curious, and Harry spent long afternoons in conversation with it that ranged from the practical, where exactly was the nest, how big was it, what did they eat, to the philosophical, or as philosophical as grass snake thought could get, which was actually more philosophical than Harry had expected. Why do you stay? The grass snake asked him once. In the garden? In the stone den? With the angry ones? Harry was quiet for a moment. The answer that came to him was not complicated, but it had a weight to it that he'd been carrying for so long he'd stopped noticing. I don't have anywhere else to go, he said. Not yet. You say not yet, the snake observed. I mean it, Harry said. And he did. Somewhere in the past week, something had shifted in him, not dramatically, not like a scene change in a film, but quietly and completely, the way a foundation shifts. He had been, for as long as he could remember, a boy without allies. Without anyone who was on his side, reflexively and without condition. He hadn't even known that was what was missing until he sat in the long grass at dusk and felt it arrive. He had allies now. Small ones, cold-blooded ones, ones that didn't think about him in the terms most people used to think about other people. But they knew him, and they spoke with him, and when the adder looked at him with those copper-gold eyes and acknowledged, without warmth but with complete sincerity, that he was something old and something that had a right to be here, that was more than Vernon Dursley had managed in 10 years. The incident with Dudley happened on a Saturday. Dudley had been in a bad mood since morning, something to do with a birthday present from his friend Piers that hadn't worked properly, a remote-controlled car with a stripped gear that kept going in circles. He'd broken it fully by noon, which had improved neither his mood nor the car's functionality, and by the time Harry came in from the garden for lunch he had already broken one of Petunia's flower vases and blamed it on the cat, and the household had the particular charge of a summer afternoon where something unpleasant was looking for somewhere to land. It landed, as it usually did, on Harry. Dudley had followed him into the back garden after lunch, which he didn't usually do. Dudley preferred interiors, screens, and the particular pleasure of taking up as much sofa as possible. But the day was restless and he was bored and Harry was there, and Harry had been different lately, which bothered Dudley in a way he couldn't articulate. Not different in a way Dudley could explain to his parents. Different in the way that someone who has stopped being afraid smells different to someone who wants them to be afraid. Not that Dudley would have put it in those terms. He just knew that Harry had stopped flinching in quite the right way, and it made him edgy. "What are you doing out here?" Dudley said. "Gardening," Harry said, which was even true. "You're always out here." "Your dad tells me to be." Dudley had run out of his opening material, so he moved to something more physical. He picked up a stick from near the fence, a dead branch that had fallen from the old oak in the neighboring garden, and whacked it against the fence twice, experimentally, and then threw it toward the long grass near the shed. The long grass near the shed moved. Not in the way long grass moves in wind, in the specific, deliberate way that long grass moves when something underneath it decides to reposition. Dudley saw it and his face went through several changes very quickly, from boredom to curiosity to something else. "What's in there?" he said. "Nothing," Harry said, too quickly. Dudley's eyes sharpened. He was not, in most respects, a perceptive child, but the ability to identify when someone wanted him not to do something was, perhaps, the only instinct he'd ever really developed. He crossed the garden toward the long grass. "Dudley," Harry said. "Don't." "What's in there?" Dudley said again, and there was glee in it now. He reached the edge of the long grass and kicked at it with his trainer-clad foot, the way boys do when they want to startle something into moving. Something moved. The adder came out of the grass fast, not striking, it wasn't close enough for that, but moving, which in an adder is already emphatic enough. It crossed the open ground between the grass and Dudley's feet in about 2 seconds, which was 2 seconds of absolute, electric silence, and then Dudley made a sound that was not quite a word and jumped backward 3 feet and sat down heavily on the lawn. The adder stopped. It turned its head and looked at Harry. Harry looked at the adder. The adder communicated something short and pointed, the large young one disturbed the afternoon. "I know," Harry said, out loud, in the hissing language. Dudley, sitting on the lawn with his mouth open, said, "What did you just, what was?" "It's just a snake," Harry said, back in English. "It's fine. It's not going to hurt you." You were talking to it, I wasn't." You were making a noise, you were." Dudley's voice had the high, stretched quality of genuine bewilderment, something Dudley didn't do often enough to have any practice with. "You made the same noise it made." "You're imagining things," Harry said, which was a lie and both of them knew it. Dudley scrambled to his feet. His face had gone from white to red in approximately the time it took him to stand up, which was not a good sign. He looked at the adder, which had retreated back to the grass, and then at Harry, and there was something in his face that was not quite its usual expression, not the petulant entitlement Harry knew, but something more unsettled, more genuinely uncertain. "I'm telling Mum," Dudley said. "Tell her there's a snake in the garden," Harry said evenly. "She'll have the shed cleared out and that long grass cut down and they'll probably find a nest and kill everything in it." He watched Dudley's face. "Is that what you want?" It wasn't a threat. Harry said it flatly, as a statement of fact, because it was one. He watched Dudley process it. Dudley was looking at the long grass again, at the stillness of it now, thinking about the fact that there might be a nest under there, and a nest meant more than one, and more than one meant a quantity of snakes that his imagination was helpfully populating for him. "Or you could not tell anyone," Harry said, "and I'll make sure none of them go near you." Dudley stared at him. "You can't make snakes do things." Harry said nothing. Dudley's face went through another round of complicated weather. "How did you talk to it?" "I didn't." "You did." "You should go inside, Dudley," Harry said. "It's really hot today." Dudley stood in the garden for another 5 seconds, looking between Harry and the long grass and the shed, and then he did something that Harry had never seen him do before in response to an interaction with Harry. He left without saying anything else. No parting shot, no shove, no triumphant threat. He just walked back to the house and went inside, and through the kitchen window Harry saw him stand at the counter for a moment before turning the television on and sitting very close to it, the way people sit next to things that feel safe. Harry crouched down and looked at the long grass. The adder looked back at him from just inside the shade of it, copper-gold eyes half-lidded in the heat. "Thank you," Harry said. "For coming out. The young large one has bad energy," the adder communicated. "It is not good for the nest." "I know," Harry said. "I'm going to do something about that." He hadn't known that, exactly, until he said it. But once it was said it became true, the way things sometimes do, and Harry felt it settle into him like a foundation stone. He was going to do something about all of it. The next discovery happened by accident, the way the best ones do. Harry had been helping Mrs. Fig, the elderly, cat-smelling woman 2 streets over who sometimes watched him when the Dursleys went out, carry her shopping from the car to the kitchen, because she'd asked and he'd had nothing else to do and her bag looked heavy. He was coming back through her back garden when he saw a slowworm under the fence between her garden and the next one over. He crouched down and the slowworm looked up at him and communicated something about warmth and stones, which was apparently all slowworms ever thought about, and Harry responded briefly and moved on. He turned around to find Mrs. Fig standing at her kitchen door watching him. She had the strangest expression on her face. Not alarmed exactly, but something close to it, or rather, something that had been alarmed and then rapidly rearranged itself into something more neutral, the expression of someone consciously deciding not to show what they were thinking. "That was a slowworm," she said. "I know," Harry said. "What were you doing?" "I was talking to it." She was quiet for a moment. "Could you hear it?" Harry looked at her carefully. Mrs. Fig was a small woman who smelled strongly of cats and always had hair slightly escaping its pins, and she'd always seemed to Harry like someone who was harmless and a little sad. But she was looking at him right now with an expression that was neither of those things. She was looking at him with the focused attention of someone filing information away. "Could you?" Harry asked. Mrs. Fig made a small noise that was not quite a laugh. "No," she said. "No, I cannot." She turned back to her kitchen. "Come have a biscuit, Harry. You look like you could use one." He went in and sat at her kitchen table, which had 3 cats on it, and ate 2 digestive biscuits and drank a cup of very milky tea, and Mrs. Fig talked about her cats and about the weather and about whether the council would fix the pavement at the end of the road, and did not once mention slowworms or snakes or the look on her face by the back gate. But when Harry left, she watched him all the way down her front path, and there was something in the set of her shoulders that made him think she was going to make a phone call as soon as she got back inside. Harry walked home through the golden evening, past the identical houses with their identical hedges and their identical mail slots and their invisible, complicated, deeply hidden lives, and he thought about the adders under the shed, and what the grass snake had said about his blood being old, and the expression on Mrs. Fig's face. He thought, something is starting. He didn't know the word for it yet. He didn't have the vocabulary for accidental magic or Parseltongue or the long, complicated history of wizards who could speak to serpents. He didn't know about Salazar Slytherin or Voldemort or the thing that had happened on the night his parents died that had left a mark not just on his forehead but threaded through his very nature, sleeping until something woke it. But he knew that something in him was real and specific and powerful in a way that the Dursleys had spent years trying to prevent him from knowing. And he knew that knowing it had changed the ground he stood on. He walked home. The evening smelled of cut grass and somewhere someone's barbecue, and the sky was turning the particular pink of a hot day giving in, and Harry Potter walked up the path to number 4, Privet Drive with his hands in his pockets and his chin level and something new and quiet and unbudgeable living in his chest. He was 10 years old. He was the boy in the cupboard under the stairs. He had 7 adders under a shed and a grass snake that called itself the one who knows the warm stones and a slowworm in Mrs. Fig's garden. It was a start. That night, lying on his cot in the cupboard, listening to the house settle and Vernon snore and the familiar drip of the kitchen tap that nobody ever fixed, Harry stared at the underside of the staircase above him and thought very carefully about what he wanted. He wanted to eat enough at meals. He wanted to sleep somewhere he could stretch his legs out. He wanted to read books that were interesting instead of Dudley's cast-offs. He wanted to stop jumping at loud noises. He wanted to go to school and actually learn things instead of deliberately getting answers wrong on tests so Dudley wouldn't look bad. He wanted to not feel, every single morning, the particular leaden weight of waking up in a life that didn't belong to him. He thought about all of this. He arranged it in his mind the way he arranged the garden, methodically, carefully, starting with what needed doing first. Then he thought about the adders. About 7 cold-blooded, patient, venomous presences 6 feet below where Vernon stood every time he went to that shed. About the complete and total ignorance of the Dursleys on this point. About how that ignorance had existed for 30 years and could, theoretically, be managed. Or not managed, as the case might require. Harry turned on to his side. In the gap under the cupboard door, he could see the faint glow of the nightlight Petunia kept plugged into the hall socket. The house ticked and breathed around him. He thought, they're afraid of so many things already. A little more afraid wouldn't be hard to arrange. He was not, he told himself, going to be cruel about it. He had thought about this specifically, because he had noticed that the Dursleys were very cruel without ever seeming to think about it, and he didn't want to become that by accident. He didn't want anyone bitten. He didn't want anyone actually hurt. He just wanted them to understand, in some animal, wordless, completely convincing way, that number 4, Privet Drive was not theirs. That the space they occupied with such aggressive confidence was on loan from something older and more patient, and that the loan could be called in. He fell asleep thinking about this, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, he slept deeply and without dreams. In the morning, Vernon shouted at him for not refilling the sugar bowl. Harry refilled the sugar bowl. He ate his small breakfast. He washed up the dishes. He did all of this without flinching and without the particular carefully downcast quality of his gaze that Vernon had always interpreted as submission, because it wasn't submission at all, it had never been submission, only strategy. And now the strategy had changed. "Garden again today," Vernon said, not looking up from his newspaper. "Yes," Harry said. Vernon did look up then, briefly, because Harry's yes had not had the right quality. He was used to Harry's yes having a particular flatness to it, a worn-down agreement. This yes was just a yes. A word meaning affirmation, said by someone who genuinely didn't mind going to the garden. Vernon looked at Harry for a moment. Harry looked back. "Well, get on with it," Vernon said, and went back to his paper, and missed entirely the small, quick thing that crossed Harry's face. Which was this: the expression of someone who has decided something, and is at peace with the decision, and is ready to begin. Harry went to the garden. He crouched by the long grass. He waited for the adder to appear, and when it did, he said, very quietly, in the language that had no name he knew of yet, "I want to talk to all of them. Every snake in the garden. Can you call them?" The adder looked at him with copper-gold eyes. "Why?" "Because I'm going to need help," Harry said. "And I'd rather ask for it properly." The adder was still for a long moment. Then it communicated something that took Harry a second to translate, not agreement exactly, but something more complex. Something like, "Very well. Let us see what you are made of." It disappeared back into the grass. Harry sat on the warm ground with his back against the fence and the June sun on his face and the whole long summer ahead of him, and he thought, this is where it starts. He was right. He just didn't know yet how far it would go. Chapter 2, Small Rebellions. The full gathering happened on a Wednesday. Harry had spent the 2 days before it thinking carefully about what he was going to say, which was new for him. Usually he reacted to things rather than planned them, because planning required the belief that your plans had some chance of matching, and that belief had been in short supply for most of his life. But he'd lain awake on Monday night and Tuesday night listening to the house breathe and thought it through with the same patient focus he'd been bringing to the garden all summer, and by Wednesday morning he had something resembling a plan. The Dursleys left at 10. Vernon to the office, Petunia to her church committee meeting, Dudley to Piers Pocus's house again, which meant Harry had the property to himself until at least noon. He waited until the sound of Vernon's car had fully faded down the road, then went out the back door and sat down in the middle of the lawn. He waited. They came in ones and twos over the course of about 15 minutes. The adders first, all 7 of them, which was the first time Harry had seen them together, and the sight was genuinely striking. 7 adders moving through the garden grass with that particular unhurried intentionality, finding positions in the long grass and in the flower beds and along the base of the fence. The grass snake came next, and then 2 more grass snakes Harry hadn't known were in the garden, younger ones that communicated with quick flickers of attention. Then a slow worm from somewhere near the compost heap, which Harry hadn't known was there either. Then, to Harry's complete surprise, a smooth snake appeared from under the back gate, which communicated from a distance the specific quality of "I was passing through and the word reached me," suggesting some kind of dispersal system among the local snake population that Harry hadn't previously considered. 9 snakes in total, arranged in a loose and completely natural-looking way around a boy sitting cross-legged in the middle of a suburban garden. If any of the neighbors had looked over the fence, they would have seen nothing alarming. Just a boy in the grass. The snakes were invisible unless you knew where to look. Harry knew where to look. "Thank you all for coming," he said, in the language. He'd thought about how to start and this was what he'd come up with, just that, plain and direct, because he had the impression that snakes didn't particularly respect preamble. The eldest adder, the one he'd first spoken to, communicated something that translated as "speak what you intend." "I live in that house," Harry said, "with 3 people who are unkind to me. I want to change that. I'm not asking anyone to hurt anyone, I'm not asking anyone to bite or threaten. I'm asking if you'd be willing to be seen. In places they don't expect. At moments that would be inconvenient for them." He paused. The smooth snake, which seemed to think faster than the others, communicated, "To what end?" "To make them afraid," Harry said honestly. "They're already afraid of snakes. I want them to be afraid in their own house, in their garden, in all the spaces they think belong to them. Not terrified. Not in danger. Just, reminded that they're not as in control as they think." There was a long collective silence that was not quite silence. The garden hummed around them. A pigeon landed on the fence post, saw something in the grass that it didn't like, and left. The eldest adder communicated something multi-layered that took Harry a moment to unpack. It was asking, essentially, "What's in it for us?" Harry had thought about this. "The nest," he said. "Right now it's under a shed that could be cleared out at any time. Vernon could decide tomorrow to put down concrete, or call pest control, or just poke around under the floorboards. If I can get them afraid enough, they'll stop going near the shed. They'll stop going near the whole back end of the garden. The nest will be as safe as I can make it." Another silence. A longer one. The 7 adders had some kind of communication between themselves that was beyond Harry's ability to follow. It was like trying to hear a conversation through a wall, all texture and weight without clear meaning. Then the eldest adder said, "We will consider your arrangement. We do not commit to actions of walking one's making. But we will consider." Which was, Harry thought, better than he'd honestly expected. "That's all I'm asking," he said. He sat with them for another half hour, not talking, just existing in the garden with them, in the easy quiet that had become natural to him over the past week. The smooth snake left first, slipping back under the gate. The young grass snakes lost interest and went hunting. The adders retreated one by one to the long grass and the shed's shade, unhurried and self-contained. The one who knows the warm stones lingered, coiled on a warm flagstone near the garden path. "You are not like the others," it communicated. "The Dursleys? All walking ones. You speak but you do not command. You ask but you do not take. My mum and dad they were different from the Dursleys," Harry said. He didn't know much about his parents, but this at least he was certain of. "How do you know?" the grass snake asked. "I just do," Harry said. "And then, because it was true and he hadn't said it to anyone, they died for me. People who do that, they're different. They have to be. The grass snake was still for a moment. Then, yes. That is different. Harry sat in the morning sun and thought about parents who died for you, and about what that made you, and about whether it made you responsible for something. He didn't come to any conclusions. But the thinking felt important. The first incident happened 3 days later, entirely without Harry's orchestration. He came down for breakfast to find Petunia standing on her kitchen chair. This was not a position anyone expected Petunia Dursley to be in. She was a woman of severe dignity, who expressed herself primarily through the aggressive tidiness of her home and the careful curation of her public image. She did not stand on chairs. But she was standing on one now, gripping the chair back with both hands, staring at a point on the kitchen floor near the cooker with an expression that suggested everything she valued in the world was under immediate threat. Vernon was standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the hall, slightly puffed up in the way he got when he was frightened of something but had not yet decided he was allowed to be. Dudley was on the stairs behind Vernon, craning his neck to see. On the kitchen floor, near the gap where the cooker met the cabinet, a small grass snake was making its way across the tile with complete and utterly indifferent composure. Harry recognized it. Not the one who knows the warm stones, this was one of the younger ones, bolder and quicker, and it was moving as if the kitchen were any other patch of ground. How did it get in? Vernon said, at a volume that suggested he was hoping volume would fix it. I don't know, Vernon, do something. Dudley, go upstairs. I'm not going upstairs, there might be more. The grass snake reached the far wall, turned with the neat economy of something that doesn't make unnecessary movements, and went back the way it came. Harry watched it slip back through the gap under the cooker, a gap he could now see was definitely large enough, and disappear. Petunia got off the chair very slowly. She was breathing through her nose in a specific way that Harry associated with things that she was going to refuse to acknowledge had happened. Vernon had gone slightly pink. Dudley was still on the stairs, looking at Harry with an expression that was difficult to read. The garden, Petunia said, to no one in particular. I'll call someone about the garden. It was just a grass snake, Harry said. They're harmless. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him. They eat slugs, Harry said helpfully. They're probably why you haven't had as many slugs in the rows as this. Be quiet, Vernon said. Harry was quiet. But he pressed his lips together to hide what his face was doing, and looked at the gap under the cooker, and thought very clearly, good start. He had not arranged this. The younger grass snake had done it on its own initiative, which suggested that the snake population had made some kind of collective decision Harry hadn't been informed of. He found this unexpectedly moving. They'd decided to help him. Not because he'd convinced them or because he'd offered them anything else, just because they'd thought it through in their own way and decided it was worth doing. He resolved to thank the grass snake specifically when he got to the garden. The morning proceeded. Petunia called a pest control company, who sent someone out that afternoon. Harry watched the man walk around the garden with a clipboard and a vaguely bored expression, checking along the fences and under the shed and in the long grass, and felt a sudden spike of anxiety, but the long grass was empty when the man looked at it. The gap under the shed was dark and undisturbed. The man found nothing and charged Petunia £40 for the privilege, and she paid it with a tight expression that suggested this was a personal insult. Harry went to the garden that evening and communicated to the eldest adder that there had been a pest control visit. We know, the adder said. We moved. You knew he was coming. We felt him on the ground before the gate opened. The adder communicated something almost dismissive. Walking ones are very loud. Harry thought about the fact that 7 adders had evacuated their nest on short notice without being visible to a trained professional. He felt something that was purely and simply admiration. You're very good at this, he said. We have been doing this for 30 years, the adder said. We were here before the angry one put in the shed floor. We will be here after. This, Harry thought, was true in a way that was genuinely comforting. The rose incident happened on a Friday. Petunia's roses were the pride of Privet Drive, or at least the pride of the section of Privet Drive that Petunia occupied. She tended them with a devotion that she didn't apply to Harry and barely applied to Vernon, feeding and pruning and feeding again, defending them against aphids and black spot and the general indignity of growing in Surrey. She entered them in a village fete competition each August with a focus that bordered on aggression and had won 3 years running, which she mentioned, on average, 4 times per week. Harry had not planned the rose incident either. He was beginning to understand that the snakes had their own read on the situation and were making their own choices about how to contribute. What happened was this: on Friday morning, Petunia went out to check on her roses before breakfast, which she did every day, and found the grass snake, the one who knows the warm stones itself, coiled with complete serenity on top of her prize Mr. Lincoln bush, head resting on the largest half-open bloom. Harry was in the kitchen when the scream happened. It was not a scream of pain or genuine terror, it was the scream of a woman whose most precious thing has been desecrated by something that has no right to touch it. Petunia came back into the kitchen walking very fast, and her face had an expression on it that Harry had never seen before, something raw and undignified, a crack in the composure. "There is a snake," she said, "in my roses." "I'll go look," Harry said. "You will not," but Harry was already through the back door, and he crouched by the rose bush, and the grass snake looked at him from its bed among the petals with what Harry could only describe as absolute satisfaction. "You're going to have to move," Harry told it, in the language. "They are very warm," the snake communicated. "And high off the ground. Better sun." "I know, but you're causing a scene. Isn't that the point?" Harry pressed his lips together. "Move to the next bush over. The pink one. She cares less about that one." The snake considered this, then with regal unhaste uncurled itself from the Mr. Lincoln and moved to the adjacent climber, which was indeed a less significant specimen. Harry stood up. "It's gone," he told Petunia, who was watching from the kitchen doorway. "Just passing through." "They're everywhere," she said. "Vernon, they're everywhere, we'll get someone back in," Vernon said, from behind the newspaper he hadn't lowered. "That man found nothing, Vernon, we'll get a different man." Harry came back inside and ate his breakfast and listened to the Dursleys discuss pest control costs with the polite, attentive face of someone who is thinking about something else entirely. He was thinking about escalation. Not the dramatic kind, the patient kind. The kind that works the way water works, finding the cracks rather than trying to break through the wall directly. He had learned this from the adders, actually. The way they moved. The way they occupied space. Not aggressively, not with display, just with presence. "I am here. I was here before you. I will be here after." The confidence of something that doesn't need to announce itself because it knows what it is. He wanted to be more like that. He had his chance to practice it the following Tuesday. Dudley's friend Piers Polkiss came over, which Harry always dreaded, not because Piers was particularly menacing on his own, but because Dudley with an audience became a specific and more performative kind of unpleasant. Dudley needed someone to show off to, and showing off to Piers usually involved demonstrating some dominance over Harry. They found Harry in the kitchen making a sandwich because Petunia was out and he was hungry. "Look at him, making himself food," Dudley said, with the elaborate casualness of someone setting up a performance. "It's just a sandwich," Harry said. "Mum doesn't let you use the good bread," Dudley said. "This is the regular bread. That's our bread." "It's bread, Dudley." Piers was watching with the specific expression of someone who has come to watch something fun. He was a thin, ratty-looking boy with close-set eyes, and he found Dudley's cruelties amusing in the way of someone who liked to watch without participating, which Harry had always thought was its own kind of cowardice. Dudley crossed the kitchen and took the sandwich off the counter. Just picked it up. Not because he wanted it, he'd just eaten, Harry could tell by the crumbs on his shirt, but because he could. Harry looked at the sandwich. Then at Dudley. Then at Piers, who was waiting to see what Harry would do. What Harry used to do was nothing. Or rather, the specific kind of careful, close down nothing that passed for acceptance in a house where fighting back made things worse. He'd gotten very good at doing nothing. He'd made an art form of it. He looked at Dudley for a long moment. "You know what's under the shed, Dudley," he said. Dudley's chewing slowed. 7 adders, Harry said conversationally. "That's the venomous kind. They've been there for 30 years. Your dad walks right over them every time he gets the lawnmower." He paused. "They come out at night sometimes. The whole garden, actually, I've been finding them all over." He picked up an apple from the fruit bowl, since Dudley had taken his lunch, and bit into it. "What's he talking about?" Piers said. "Nothing," Dudley said, but his voice had changed. 7 adders, Harry repeated pleasantly. "They know me. They don't bother me. I couldn't really speak for what they do around people they don't know, though." He glanced at Piers. "Adder bites aren't usually fatal, but they're apparently very painful. And you'd need a hospital. It's a whole thing." Piers said. "Dud, what's he's lying," Dudley said. "Okay," Harry said. He finished his apple and put the core in the bin. "Anyway, I'm going to the garden." He went to the garden. He sat in the sun near the long grass. Behind him, through the kitchen window left slightly open to let in air, he could hear Piers asking Dudley about the snakes, and Dudley saying there weren't any, and Piers saying so why did his voice go weird when Harry mentioned them. Harry smiled at the long grass. The long grass was still. But the eldest adder was in there somewhere, probably sleeping in the afternoon heat, because adders had nothing to prove and nowhere to be, and Harry was starting to appreciate that energy. The grass snake appeared on the warm flagstone. "I'm learning," Harry told it. "Learning what?" "How to be present in a way that takes up space," Harry said. Without shouting about it. The grass snake was still for a moment. "Like us," it said. "Yeah," Harry said. "Like you." The car was Vernon's particular pride, in the way that the roses were Petunia's. A company car, which he was deeply smug about, a large, dark blue thing that he washed every Saturday morning with the ritual focus of someone communing with something holy. He talked about it at dinner. He talked about it to the neighbors. He named it mentally the Beamer with the same energy that other men named boats. Harry had not told any snake to go near the car. But on Thursday morning, Vernon went out to wash it and found a grass snake coiled on the warm bonnet with the exact same serene composure that the one who knows the warm stones had shown in the rose bush. It was a different snake, one of the younger ones, Harry would discover later, but it had clearly absorbed whatever lesson the older grass snake was passing on about prime sunning locations. The noise Vernon made was not quite a shout and not quite a shriek. It was something new, something Harry had not previously heard his uncle produce, a sound from the animal register of a large man who has put his hand on the bonnet of his car and found something alive and flexible moving under his palm. Harry was at the upstairs window, Dudley's bathroom window, which he'd been cleaning on Petunia's instruction, when it happened. He watched Vernon stumble back from the car. Watched the grass snake lift its head and look at Vernon with absolute indifference and then glide off the bonnet and under the car and through the garden gate. Vernon stood in the driveway breathing. His face had gone the specific deep red that usually preceded major eruptions, but the eruption didn't come because there was nothing to erupt at, the snake was gone, the car was unmarked, and there was no one to shout at except the empty driveway. He turned and looked at the house. His eyes went to the upstairs window where Harry was. Harry looked back at him, holding the window cleaning cloth, with an expression of mild inquiry. Vernon went inside. Harry cleaned the rest of the window. That evening, Vernon had a conversation with Petunia in the kitchen that Harry overheard from the hall, not deliberately but not accidentally either. He'd been coming downstairs and stopped when he heard his name. "It's unnatural," Vernon was saying. "3 times in a week, Petunia. In the kitchen, in your roses, on the car, animals do move around, Vernon, not like this. Not this often, not this specifically." A pause. "And that boy?" Another pause. "He was talking to one," Vernon said. Dudley said he was talking to one, in the garden, making some sort of noise. And Dudley's been cagey about it ever since, and you know what Dudley's like when he's keeping something from us. Petunia was quiet for a moment. Vernon. Don't say it. I'm not saying anything. You've got that face. I don't have a face. You've got the face you get when you're thinking about your sister. The kitchen went very quiet. Harry stood very still in the hall, pressed against the wall, barely breathing. This is nothing like that, Petunia said finally. Her voice had a particular careful quality, like someone picking their way across thin ice. No. No. Animals behave strangely in hot weather. There's nothing. Another pause. There's nothing happening. Petunia. There is nothing happening, Vernon. The firmness in her voice had the quality of a door being shut. Not locked, just firmly, deliberately shut. We agreed. Normal. We give the boy a normal life and none of that comes near us. We agreed. A long silence. Fine, Vernon said, and his voice was heavy with the particular weight of a man who has been convinced of something he doesn't believe. Harry moved silently back up the stairs, into his cupboard, and lay down in the dark. None of that. He turned the phrase over in his mind. None of that comes near us. There was a whole world in those words, a whole history between Petunia and something she refused to name, and Harry felt the edges of it like something just below the surface of a dark river. There were things the Dursleys knew about him. Things they'd chosen not to tell him. He thought about what the adder had said, your blood is older than the houses. About Mrs. Fig's face when she'd watched him talk to the slowworm. About the particular quality of every strange thing that had ever happened around him, the shrinking sweater, the hair that had grown back overnight, the time he'd appeared on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him and couldn't explain how. He thought, they know something. They've always known something. And they've been terrified of it. That realization should have been frightening. Instead it settled into him like the foundation stone, like the thing that had settled the morning after he'd first spoken to the grass snake. It meant he was something. Not nothing, something. Something with a history and a source and a reality that existed regardless of whether the Dursleys acknowledged it. He fell asleep thinking this. The next morning Harry came down to breakfast and Vernon was already there, and Vernon looked at him, really looked at him, the way he sometimes did, with that specific edge of discomfort and suppressed knowledge, and Harry looked back, evenly, without looking away. Vernon looked away first. This was new. In the history of mornings at number 4, Privet Drive, Vernon Dursley had never been the one to look away first. It was so small a thing that anyone watching wouldn't have noticed it, but Harry noticed it, and it sat in his chest like a warm coal for the rest of the day. He ate his small breakfast. He washed up. He went to the garden. The one who knows the warm stones was on the flagstone. Are there more snakes willing to help? Harry asked. Beyond this garden? The grass snake communicated a complex yes. There were snakes in the gardens on either side, in the garden behind the fence, in the hedgerows along the street. There was, the snake communicated, an entire network that Harry had not been previously aware of, because walking ones generally weren't. Would they listen to me? Harry asked. If you came to them. How far does it reach? Harry asked. The network. The grass snake's communication was almost amused. Further than your stone street. Much further. Harry sat with that for a moment. Then, I want to understand something. When the young grass snake went into the kitchen, when the other one went on the car, nobody asked them to do that. They just did it. Yes. Why? The grass snake held very still for a long moment. Then, because the old ones in the deep dark said the boy who speaks to us is badly housed. And we thought, it paused, and what came through was not quite the grass snake equivalent of amusement but was close to it, we thought we could help with that. Harry stared at the snake. The adders told you to do it? The adders said what was happening. We decided the rest. Harry thought about 7 adders in the dark under the shed, in a nest that predated the street, deciding collectively that the boy who sat in the long grass and spoke to them was being treated badly and that something should be done about it. He thought about what it meant to be known by something ancient and patient and absolutely indifferent to human social structures, and to be found worth helping anyway. "Tell them thank you," he said. "Tell all of them." "Tell them yourself," the grass snake said. "You have the language." Harry laughed. It came out of him genuinely, with surprise, because genuine laughter was something that didn't happen often enough at number 4 that he'd learned to expect it. He sat in the garden with the sun on him and laughed, and the grass snake watched him with the flat eyes of something that doesn't laugh but understands, in some deep way, what it is for. He spent the weekend thinking about escalation. Not the snakes, he had a sense the snakes had their own ideas and were executing them at their own pace, and he was coming to trust that. He was thinking about himself. About what he could do, and what the point of it was, and what the end looked like. Because there had to be an end. He didn't plan to stay at number 4, Privet Drive for the rest of his life, of this he was completely certain, with the bone-deep certainty of someone who has never been able to articulate their future but has always known there was one. He had always known, in some place below conscious thought, that this was temporary. That the house and the cupboard and the Dursleys were a before, not a forever. But lately he had started thinking about the after with more specificity. About going to secondary school and whether he could do anything there without deliberately getting things wrong. About books, specifically, he wanted books the way he wanted food, the persistent insistent wanting of something you're not getting enough of. About other people, kids his own age, who might or might not be like the people he'd met so far, which was to say Dudley and Dudley's friends and the kids at primary school who'd either tormented him or, sensing he was some kind of social danger, kept carefully away. He thought about who he wanted to be in the after. What kind of person? He thought about the grass snake's observation, "You ask but you do not take." He thought about that as a quality worth keeping. He thought about the difference between strength and cruelty, which the Dursleys had confused his entire life. They thought they were strong because they were cruel, and Harry was beginning to understand that this was backwards. He thought, "I want to be the kind of person who is strong enough not to be cruel." He was not sure he was that yet. He was 10 years old and he had anger in him, deep and old, and he knew it was there. He thought about that anger sometimes the way you think about something you're carrying, aware of the weight, aware of what you do without it, not quite ready to put it down. But he was thinking about it. That seemed like a start. On Monday the eldest adder came to him without being called. Harry was in the garden, pulling up bindweed again, and he felt the movement before he saw it, a quality of the air near his right hand, a presence making itself known. He turned and the adder was there, head raised, copper-gold eyes fixed on him. The 2-footed angry ones, it communicated. They are making plans. What kind of plans? The large one spoke to another large one. They are going to put poison down. Along the fence. Under the shed. Harry went very still. Poison. Yes. There was something in the adder's communication that was not quite emotion. Snakes didn't really do emotion the way Harry understood it, but was a quality of seriousness, a heightening of attention. It would not kill us. We would move. But the young grass ones, when? Harry asked. Soon. Before the end of the warm season. Harry thought. He thought about Vernon making a phone call, getting quotes from pest control companies, writing out a check with his aggressive handwriting, and what that would mean for the nest under the shed, for the network the grass snake had described, for 7 adders that had been here for 30 years. Okay, he said. He said it quietly and he said it firmly, and something about the way he said it made the adder's head lift another inch. I need you to listen. I need you to trust me. Because I'm going to make sure they're so uncomfortable in that house that they don't have time to think about pest control. The adder was very still. We will trust you for the moment, it said. Moments can be extended, depending. I know, Harry said. I'm going to move faster. He stood up and brushed the dirt from his knees and looked at the house. Vernon's study window was dark. Vernon was at work. Petunia's kitchen curtain was moving, which meant she was at the sink. Dudley's bedroom window had a sock hanging out of it that had been there since June, which meant nothing except that Dudley existed. Harry looked at the house with the particular focus of someone who has stopped accepting things as fixed. Who has realized that the things that have always been true are only true because nobody has pushed them yet. He thought, right. Let's push. That evening he went to the back of every garden in the immediate area, moving through the gaps in fences and the unlocked gates, speaking quietly to every snake he could find. The smooth snake from beyond the back gate. A young adder in the garden 2 houses down who communicated with sharp, quick impressions. 3 more grass snakes in the hedge line along the road. An old slowworm under the woodpile of the house on the corner who communicated with the pace of something very old and unhurried but absolutely listening. He didn't command. He introduced himself. He explained the situation plainly, the way he'd explained it to the gathering in his own garden, the angry ones, the nest, the plans for poison, the need for a period of disruption. Not all of them agreed. The old slowworm didn't exactly agree or disagree. It communicated something that translated roughly as "I have survived worse" and then seemed to fall asleep, which Harry decided to interpret as benign neutrality. But most of them, more than he'd expected, communicated something in the register of "yes, we will consider this." Not immediate enthusiastic agreement. Snakes didn't do that. But the considered, careful, lateral thinking yes of creatures who have been doing their own calculating and found the numbers acceptable. Harry walked home through the August dark, through the warm air and the orange glow of streetlights, and he thought about what it would look like in a week. In 2 weeks. He was not going to be cruel, he reminded himself. No bites, no genuine terror. Just presence. Just the persistent, undeniable, impossible to explain presence of creatures that had been here longer than the houses, reminding the people inside those houses that they were not as alone as they thought. He was 10 years old and he was tired of being the only one afraid in his own life. He pushed open the back gate of number 4, Privet Drive, and went inside. Tomorrow, he thought, we'll begin properly. He was right about that. Chapter 3, The Nest Beneath the Shed. The poison arrived on a Thursday in the form of a man named Keith. Keith drove a white van with Surrey Pest Solutions stenciled on the side in green letters, and he had the satisfied confidence of someone who had dealt with many suburban snake problems and expected this one to be no different. He wore thick gloves and carried a long metal pole with a hook on the end, and he told Petunia at the front door that he'd have a look around the perimeter first and then check under any outbuildings. Very standard, nothing to worry about. Harry watched from the kitchen window. He'd known Keith was coming since yesterday evening. The eldest adder had communicated something about a strange-smelling vehicle being called for, which was impressively specific intelligence for a snake, and Harry had spent last night thinking through options. The obvious one, warning the snakes and having them relocate temporarily, was what he'd done last time. That worked once. Keith would look under the shed, find nothing, lay the poison anyway, and they'd be back to square one with a garden full of bait stations and granules and whatever else Surrey Pest Solutions thought appropriate. Harry needed Keith to leave without completing the job. He'd been working on something for 3 days. Something new, which he was not entirely certain would work, which was the part that made his palms sweat slightly as he watched Keith walk around the side of the house toward the garden gate. The thing was, he could communicate with snakes. He could ask them to do things and they would consider doing them. But he'd been testing something else in the evenings, in the long grass, in the quiet after the Dursleys went to bed. Whether he could do more than ask. Whether, if he concentrated in a specific way, focused and intent, something below language, he could communicate not a request but a feeling. A direction. Not command. Not control. Something more like shared purpose. He'd practiced it with the grass snake, sending impressions of here and warm and this direction, and the grass snake had moved accordingly, though Harry couldn't be certain whether it was responding to him or just doing what it would have done anyway. Snakes were difficult to test for this because they were already doing exactly what they wanted at all times. But he needed it to work now. He needed it to work specifically and quickly. Keith had opened the garden gate. Harry went out the back door. "My aunt said to show you where the shed is," he said. This was not true. But Keith, who had the incurious efficiency of someone whose mind was entirely on the job, just nodded and followed Harry across the garden. Harry walked him to the shed. He unlocked it with the key from the hook inside the back door. He opened the door and stepped aside so Keith could see the interior, the lawnmower, the gardening tools, the bags of compost and fertilizer and road salt, all the practical detritus of a suburban life. Keith walked in and prodded at the floor with his pole, looking for gaps. "Gap here," Keith said, pointing to the corner where the floorboards met the wall. "Right, that's where I'd expect. Yeah, there's going to be space underneath for nesting. I'll get my inspection camera." He turned to go back to his van. Harry stood very still in the doorway of the shed. He closed his eyes for 2 seconds. He sent it, not in words, not in the hissing language, just as pure impression, as focused and specific as he could make it, "Out, now, shed, all of you, out." He opened his eyes. Keith was halfway back to the garden gate when it happened. The grass along the fence came alive. Not one snake, all of them, simultaneously, in the specific coordinated way that Harry hadn't asked for but suspected the snakes had decided on collectively. 3 grass snakes crossed the garden path in quick succession. One of the young adders appeared from the long grass and moved with deliberate, unhurried purpose across the open lawn, its zigzag pattern unmistakable in the afternoon sun. Another emerged from behind the compost heap. The smooth snake came from under the gate. The one who knows the warm stones appeared on the path directly ahead of Keith and stopped. Keith stopped too. He stood there for a moment with his inspection camera in one hand and his long pole in the other, looking at the path in front of him, the lawn to his left, the fence line to his right, at the multiple grass snakes and the 2 adders and the smooth snake distributed across the garden with the implacable calm of things that lived here and were not impressed by white vans. Keith said. He stood very still for another moment. Looked at his equipment. Looked at the garden. "Right," he said. He walked back to the gate, carefully, watching where he put his feet with the focused attention of someone who has recalculated, and went through it, and Harry heard the van door open and close. He waited. After about 3 minutes, he heard the van engine start. Harry stood in the garden as Keith's van reversed out of the driveway. The one who knows the warm stones looked at him from the path. "Perfect," Harry said. That was perfect. The young adder went too far to the left, the grass snake communicated, with a quality that was possibly critical. "It looked fine to me," Harry said. The spacing was uneven. A pause. But the result was achieved. Harry bit down on a smile. Even the grass snake, he was discovering, had opinions about execution. "It was excellent," he said. "All of you." He went back inside to tell Petunia that the pest control man had suggested they might want to get several quotes before deciding on a treatment plan, which was why he'd left. Petunia accepted this with the tight-lipped expression of someone who suspected she was being told a partial truth but couldn't identify which part was missing. What Harry hadn't expected was Mrs. Fig. She came around that same afternoon, nominally to return a mixing bowl that Petunia had lent her in June, and she arrived while Harry was in the front garden, which almost never happened. Petunia didn't trust him with the front garden, the one the neighbors could see, but she'd needed him to deadhead the begonias and was apparently willing to risk the fingerprint contamination this once. Mrs. Fig came up the path with her bowl and her cats. She had one trailing her, an enormous tabby called Mr. Tibbles, because Mrs. Fig was committed to cat-based names for her cats, and she stopped when she saw Harry. She stopped in the specific way of someone who has seen something they were looking for. Not surprise, recognition. "Hello, Harry," she said. "Hello, Mrs. Fig." She looked at him carefully. She looked at the garden. She looked at Mr. Tibbles, who had frozen at the edge of the path, nose working, and was looking at the front garden hedge with an expression of deep feline uncertainty. "Mr. Tibbles doesn't usually like your garden," she said. "He doesn't come here much," Harry agreed. "No." She was still looking at the hedge. "What's in the hedge, Harry?" Harry glanced at the hedge. It was a privet hedge, of course it was, Privet Drive, and it was trimmed to Petunia's exacting standards, neat and impenetrable. But there was a grass snake living in the base of it. Harry had discovered this 2 days ago, when the network had expanded in ways he hadn't entirely tracked. "Nothing," Harry said. Mrs. Figg looked at him with the expression she'd had the day of the slowworm, that look of careful, recalculated assessment. "Has anything unusual been happening in the neighborhood, Harry?" "What sort of unusual?" "You know." She set the mixing bowl on the garden wall and looked at him very directly. "Snake-related unusual." Harry felt the particular calm that had been settling into him over the summer. He said, "Why would you ask about snakes specifically?" "Because," Mrs. Figg said, "Mr. Tibbles has been impossible this month. Cats are sensitive to certain things. And because there's a grass snake in your front hedge looking at us, and a slowworm in the garden next door, and I've been finding snakes in my own garden in numbers that I don't remember from previous years." She folded her hands on top of the bowl. "And because I saw you speaking to something in my garden 3 weeks ago." "I was looking at a slowworm," Harry said. "You were talking to it, dear." The street was quiet. Sunny and still. 2 houses down, a lawn sprinkler was running. Harry looked at the woman in front of him, at her pins and cats and her deliberate, careful expression and the quality underneath it that was not exactly fear and not exactly excitement but was some third thing that Harry couldn't quite name. "What would it mean," Harry said slowly, "if I was?" Mrs. Figg was quiet for a moment. In a way that was different from not having an answer, it was the quiet of someone deciding how to say the thing they know. "It would mean," she said carefully, "that you are what I've always thought you were. And that certain people should probably know about it sooner rather than later." "What people?" "People who care about you," she said. "People who have been," she stopped. "People who have been keeping an eye on things." Harry thought about the conversation he'd overheard between Vernon and Petunia. "None of that comes near us." The door being shut. "Are you going to tell them?" he asked. Mrs. Figg looked at him. She looked at the garden, at the very still hedge, at Mr. Tibbles who had retreated to the gate and was sitting there with profound disapproval. "I don't know yet," she said honestly. "That's a more honest answer than I expected," Harry said. Something crossed her face, not quite a smile. "You're a very unusual child, Harry." "So I'm told," Harry said. "Indirectly. In not very nice ways." She picked up her bowl. She looked at him for a long moment with something in her eyes that Harry couldn't fully read, concern, perhaps, and something older than concern, something weighted with history he wasn't part of. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Generally." Harry thought about this. "Better than I was a month ago," he said honestly. "That's not quite the same as all right." "No," Harry agreed. "But it's a start." She nodded, once, and went to the front door, and Harry went back to the begonias, and behind him the grass snake in the hedge was utterly still and completely invisible. 2 days after Keith and his white van departed, Harry found the hollow. He'd been in the garden in the early morning, sunrise, which he'd started getting up for because the garden in the first light was extraordinary, the kind of quiet that lived before the rest of the world woke up. He'd been walking the perimeter, which had become a habit, checking in with whoever was around. The young adder near the compost. The grass snakes in the long grass. The eldest adder, who was always in the same spot when it was warm enough. He'd gone to the back corner of the garden, where the fence met the neighbor's fence and the old oak from their garden spread branches over both properties, and he'd pushed aside a heavy tangle of ivy that had crept along the base of the fence, and found the hollow. It was a gap between the roots of the oak, where 2 massive roots had grown over something and created a covered space about 2 feet deep and 3 feet wide, full of last year's leaves and older, drier debris below that. It was shaded by the ivy above and the roots around it, and it was absolutely invisible unless you were specifically pushing ivy aside. And in it, coiled in a dense, complex knot that Harry's brain first interpreted as a single large organism before reorganizing into what it actually was, were more adders than he had ever seen in one place. He counted them carefully. Stopped at 11. Kept counting. 14. 17. 17 adders, in a hollow beneath the oak roots, in the corner of a Surrey garden, in July. He sat back on his heels and stared. The one who knows the warm stones appeared beside him from the ivy. How did I not know about this? Harry asked. The deep ones have two places, the grass snake communicated. The shed is the winter place. This is the summer place. This is the maternity hollow, Harry said slowly, understanding settling into him. The females, heavy with young, adders didn't lay eggs, they gave birth to live young. He remembered this from a library book he'd borrowed specifically because Petunia didn't like him reading about wildlife. The 17 adders in the hollow. The size of them. Many young will come, the grass snake confirmed. The warm season is good this year. Harry looked at the hollow with 17 pregnant adders and thought about what would have happened if Keith had completed his inspection. Had found this. His jaw tightened. He looked at the ivy. He carefully replaced it exactly as it had been, pushing the trailing ends back into position, making the hollow as invisible as he could. He stood up and looked at it from several angles until he was satisfied that you'd have to specifically know to look for it. Then he went to the long grass and crouched down. Eldest, he said quietly. The adder appeared in under 30 seconds. It looked at Harry and Harry looked at it, and Harry said, I found the hollow. The adder was very still. You should have told me, Harry said. Not angrily, he didn't feel angry, he felt something more focused. I'm trying to protect the nest. I can't protect what I don't know about. We told you what you needed, the adder said. You told me about the shed because that's what you thought I needed, Harry corrected. I need to know everything. All of it. Because the pest control man would have found that hollow if he'd done his proper inspection, and there's no guarantee the next one won't. He paused. Is there anything else I don't know about? A long silence. There is a third place, the adder said. Show me. The adder led him, slowly, with its particular unhurried purpose, to the far side of the shed, the side that faced the neighbor's fence and was largely inaccessible because of a dense growth of old bramble. Harry pushed through the bramble with his arms over his face, getting scratched in several places, and found himself in a narrow gap between the shed and the fence that was almost entirely hidden by the overgrowth. In the gap, beneath a broken piece of shed cladding that had fallen and created a lean-to shelter, was a rock. A single large flat rock, dark-colored, that absorbed heat with extraordinary efficiency. On the rock, today, there were 3 adders sunning in the narrow strip of direct light that reached them through the bramble. Not pregnant females. Young ones, maybe a year or 2 old, small and perfect, with the zigzag pattern bright and sharp on their backs. Last year's young? Harry asked. Yes, the adder communicated. Harry looked at the 3 young adders on their warm rock in their hidden gap, and the 17 adults in the hollow under the oak roots, and the 7 he'd originally known about under the shed floorboards, and he thought about the fact that there were 27 adders in this garden and nobody knew except him. 27 adders. In a suburban garden. In Surrey. He felt something that was close to reverence, actually. Not quite what the grass snake felt about the adders. He understood the grass snake's reverence was about something older and more instinctive. But something in the same family. The feeling of being let into something real. Right, he said. Okay. Here's what I need from you. He spent the morning laying out what he was thinking. It was more organized than his original plan, more specific about timings and locations and what the goal was at each stage. He talked it through with the eldest adder and with the one who knows the warm stones, and occasionally with the smooth snake, which had a faster processing style than the others and sometimes communicated clarifying questions that sharpened Harry's thinking. The goal, he explained, was not to drive the Dursleys out of the house altogether, not yet. Not permanently. But to make the garden, specifically, feel untenable. To make Vernon's shed inaccessible without anxiety. To make Petunia's roses feel like contested territory. To make Dudley afraid to go near the back fence. To do all of this not through any single dramatic incident but through consistency, the drip of it, the relentlessness of it, the mounting impossibility of a garden that simply would not behave. And then, and this was the part he'd been thinking about most carefully, to extend it inside. Not all the time, he said. Not in dangerous ways. Just, often enough that the house stops feeling safe. That the space they've always assumed belongs to them starts having the same quality as the garden. The smooth snake communicated something that translated as, the temperature is different inside. I know snakes like warmth, Harry said. What if I could make the inside warmer? The kitchen, specifically. The range is always on. He paused. Not all the time. Just sometimes. What would we gain? The smooth snake asked, which was the most direct question any snake other than the adder had asked him, and Harry found he respected it for that. Same as before, Harry said. The nest is safe. The hollow is safe. The gap behind the shed is safe. And I'll make sure the garden stays as it is. The long grass, the bramble, the ivy. I'll fight any attempts to clear it. How? Harry thought about this. By making clearing it worse than not clearing it, he said. Every time someone comes near those areas with the wrong intentions, I'll make sure they encounter reasons to stop. The smooth snake was still for a moment. Then, this is a reasonable arrangement. It's more than reasonable, Harry said. The adders have been in this garden for 30 years without any protection except their own invisibility. I'm offering you an ally. You are offering us a small walking one with a specific gift, the adder said, which was blunt enough that Harry almost smiled. Yes, he said. That's exactly what I'm offering. The adder was very still. Then, the small walking one has been in this garden for 10 years. He has not harmed us. He has not tried to use us. He speaks with us and asks our reasons and explains his own. A pause. This is unusual. I know. We will be your allies, the adder said. For now, and on condition of mutual benefit, and on the condition that you do not ask us to harm the young. It didn't specify which young. Harry had the impression it meant all young, including human. I would never, Harry said. We know, the adder said. That is why we agreed. Things accelerated in the second week of August. It started with the kitchen, which was technically Harry's idea but executed with a creative latitude that he hadn't entirely anticipated. The grass snake found a route in through the same gap the young one had used, under the cooker, and began treating the kitchen as a regular thoroughfare. Not dramatically, not often enough to cause genuine panic, just frequently enough that Petunia began checking under the cooker before using it each morning, which changed the texture of her mornings in ways that accumulated. The adder near the compost heap, the young one, began appearing on the garden path directly in front of the back door. Not threatening, never striking, never displaying. Just existing. Just being in the space between the door and the shed in a way that meant Vernon had to consciously route around it every time he wanted his tools. Vernon handled this badly. Vernon handled most things he couldn't solve by shouting about them badly, and a snake that sat on a path and waited with infinite patience was precisely the kind of problem that shouting could not address. Harry watched him from the kitchen window one morning spend 4 full minutes standing at the back door trying to convince himself that he wasn't adjusting his schedule to avoid a snake, before going to work 10 minutes later than usual with his collar slightly damp. Dudley had stopped going in the garden entirely, which Harry found straightforwardly funny and tried not to show. What he hadn't expected was Dudley coming to find him. It happened on a Wednesday. Harry was in his cupboard, He'd been sent there after breakfast for some minor offense he'd already forgotten, when the cupboard door opened and Dudley stood there. This was unusual in itself. Dudley rarely opened the cupboard. It was below him to acknowledge the cupboard, socially, in the way that very rich people don't acknowledge the mechanics of how their houses function. "There's one in the bathroom," Dudley said. Harry sat up. "What? A snake? In the bathroom?" Dudley's voice had the specific careful flatness of someone trying very hard not to show that they are frightened. "In the corner, behind the loo." Harry got up and followed Dudley upstairs, which was an unprecedented thing, Dudley leading Harry into the main house with some kind of request. The house felt strange from this angle, slightly off, like a film where the camera is at the wrong height. In the bathroom, behind the toilet, was a grass snake. A small one of the young ones Harry didn't know well, looking as serene as it was possible for a snake to look in a bathroom. Harry crouched down. He communicated briefly, "Outside, please, through the way you came in." The snake looked at him, looked at Dudley, communicated something about the bathroom being quite warm and humid, which was apparently a feature. Harry communicated back that he understood, but this was not the moment. The snake moved, found whatever crack it had come in through. There was a gap at the base of the bathroom window frame that Harry filed away for future reference, and disappeared. Dudley exhaled. They stood in the bathroom in silence for a moment. Harry looked at the empty corner. Dudley looked at Harry. "You did that," Dudley said. "Did what?" "You, with the noise. The talking. You told it to go." "I didn't, Harry." Dudley's voice was not the usual Dudley voice. It was the other one, the one that appeared occasionally when the performance dropped and something more uncertain showed through. "I'm not stupid." Harry looked at his cousin. At the familiar face, the same blonde hair as his mother, the same roundness of Vernon's frame, already being assembled in Dudley at 10, and saw something he hadn't looked for before because he'd never had reason to. Something that was genuinely asking. Not demanding, not performing. Asking. "What do you want, Dudley?" Harry said. "Can you?" Dudley stopped. Started again. "Can you make them stay away from the house?" "From inside the house?" Harry thought about this. "That depends," he said. "On what?" "On what you do with the information you already have," Harry said. "You know I can talk to them. You know what's under the shed. You could tell your dad and your mum could call another pest control company and they could." He stopped, because Dudley's expression had shifted. "I told Piers there wasn't anything in the garden," Dudley said. "I know. I didn't tell Mum about what you did. With the noise, in the garden, the first time." Harry looked at Dudley. Dudley looked at Harry. "So," Dudley said, with the air of someone completing a negotiation they aren't quite sure how they got into, "can you keep them out of the inside of the house?" Since that's the part one use. "I can ask them to focus on the garden," Harry said. "I can't always control where they go." This was partially true and partially not. "But mostly they prefer outside anyway." "Right," Dudley said. "Good. Fine." He went back to his room. Harry stood in the bathroom for a moment, looking at the gap at the base of the window frame, thinking about what had just happened. Dudley Dursley had, in his particular way, made him a deal. Had kept his secret, twice, apparently, counting the incident with Piers, in exchange for some degree of protection from the thing Dudley was afraid of. It was not friendship. Harry was not confused about that. But it was something recognizably like negotiation between two people who respected each other's position, which was more than Harry had expected. He went back to his cupboard. He lay down. He thought about people doing surprising things when the circumstances changed, and about how the circumstances were going to keep changing. Mrs. Figg came back on Friday. Not to the front door with a bowl this time, to the garden gate, which she opened with the confidence of someone who'd been using garden gates for a long time. Harry was in the garden, as he usually was in the afternoons. He looked up when the gate opened. She was carrying a plate covered in foil. "I made biscuits," she said. "The kind with the chocolate bits." She came and sat in the garden chair, a white plastic thing that lived near the back door, and put the plate on the garden table, which was the same white plastic, and looked at the garden with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read. He sat on the grass nearby. He took a biscuit because they smelled good and he was always hungry. "How long have you been doing it?" she asked. "Since July," Harry said. He didn't ask what she meant. "Have any of them," she chose her words carefully. "Have any of them been on my property?" "No," Harry said. "I asked them not to." She nodded. "Thank you for that." A pause. "Mr. Tibbles is very anxious." "I'm sorry about Mr. Tibbles." She waved this away. "He's always anxious. He's a very anxious cat." She looked at Harry. "Are you safe?" "Safer than before," Harry said. "That's not, I know," Harry said. "But it's still the honest answer." She was quiet, looking at the garden. The afternoon was golden and still. Harry watched her process something, watched the decision forming behind her eyes. "There are people," she said, "who know about you. Who have always known about you. Who are supposed to be responsible for making sure you're all right. They're not doing a very good job," Harry said. "No," she said. "They're not." She said it with a directness that surprised him. "I've written to someone. I've written. Saying that I think something is happening that they should know about." Harry looked at her. "What did you tell them?" "That you seem to have come into your abilities early. And that you are managing." She looked at the garden. "I told them you are managing." "Abilities," Harry repeated. The word sat in the air between them. "Yes," she said. "You know what I am," Harry said. "I know what your parents were," she said gently. "I know what that makes you. I know what happened, the night they died, and I know what that means for you." She looked at her hands. "I'm not a part of it, you understand. I never was. I'm just nearby." A pause. "I've always been nearby." Harry thought about that. About someone placed here, or who had come here, to be nearby. To keep an eye. He thought about whether that was good or whether it was something else. "Are you going to tell them about the snakes?" he asked. "Specifically." "I already did," she said. He nodded. "Are you angry?" she asked. Harry considered. "No," he said. "No, I think that makes sense. The person I wrote to," she said, "is a very old man who is very well-meaning and very used to being in charge of things. He'll probably come to check on you himself." "When?" "I don't know. Soon, I expect." She looked at Harry with the complicated expression he was coming to recognize, the concern, the history, the careful thing underneath. "Try not to surprise him too much," she said. "He's very old." "I'm not going to hide anything," Harry said. Something crossed her face. Not quite a smile and not quite a wince. "No," she said. "I didn't think you would." She left the plate of biscuits and went home, and Harry sat in the golden garden and ate 3 more biscuits and thought about old men who were used to being in charge of things, and what it would mean when one arrived. That evening he went to the hollow under the oak roots. He pushed the ivy aside and sat near the entrance, not disturbing the adders inside but near enough to communicate with the ones that were alert. He sat there as the evening cooled and the garden turned blue and quiet, and he thought about what Mrs. Fig had said. "Your parents were something. That makes you something." He'd always known it, in the wordless way you know things that nobody has confirmed. The strange things that happened around him. The way adults sometimes looked at him with an expression they quickly rearranged. The specific quality of Petunia's hatred, which was not the flat dislike of someone you've simply never gotten on with, it was something personal, something sourced, something that knew what it was disliking. He thought about the adder's words, "Your blood is older than the houses." He thought about the hollow full of pregnant females, and the young ones behind the shed, and the network of snakes across Privet Drive that now knew his name, or rather, knew what he was, which was better than a name. He thought about the old man who was apparently going to come. He was not afraid. He turned that over carefully, checking it. Was he afraid and just not admitting it? No. He was genuinely not afraid. Not of the old man, not of whatever world he apparently belonged to. He was curious, and he was watchful, and he had a garden full of allies that had been here for 30 years, and something in him that could speak to them. What exactly was there to be afraid of? The eldest adder appeared at the edge of the hollow and looked at him. "You are thinking loudly," it communicated. "Someone's coming," Harry said. "Someone who knows what I am. Friend or threat?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. "I'll find out." "Should we be visible?" Harry thought about this. About an old man who was used to being in control, arriving at Privet Drive to check on a boy who was supposed to be, what? A victim. A dependent. Something that needed managing from a distance. Not threatening, Harry said. But present. He looked at the adder. Visible enough that he understands I'm not alone. The adder's head dipped slightly, the closest Harry had ever seen it come to a nod. "One more thing," Harry said. "Something's going to happen soon. Something bigger than what we've been doing. I need to know, if I asked for all of you, the whole garden, all 3 places, every snake that knows me, in one moment, together. Could you do that?" The adder was very still. "Why?" "Because there's going to be a moment," Harry said, "where I need the Dursleys to understand something all at once. Not gradually. All at once." The adder regarded him with copper-gold eyes in the fading light. "Yes," it said. "When the time comes, we will be there." Harry replaced the ivy carefully over the hollow and stood up and looked at the garden, at the long grass and the bramble and the shed and the back of the house going dark in the evening, and thought, not yet. Not quite yet. But soon. Something was coming. He could feel it the way the adders felt weather, not with any specific organ, but in the whole body, in the blood, a deep and certain knowing. Soon. Chapter 4, Nagini. She arrived on a Tuesday night during a thunderstorm. Harry knew something was different before he saw her. He'd been asleep in the cupboard, genuinely asleep, not the half-wake doze he usually managed, when something pulled him up out of it. Not a sound from the house. Not Vernon snoring or the drip of the kitchen tap. Something else. A quality in the air, like pressure changing before rain, except the storm had already started an hour ago and this was different. He lay still and listened to the thunder and the rain hammering the roof and tried to identify what had woken him. Then it came through the gap under the cupboard door, not sound, not exactly, but communication. Unmistakable, the hissing language quality of it, but unlike anything he'd received before. Not the grass snake's quick impressions or the adder's slow layers. This was both at once and more, something that arrived with the weight of a very large stone dropping into very deep water, sending ripples in every direction. There is one who speaks. Where? It wasn't a question. It was more like a sonar pulse, sent out and waiting for a return signal. Harry sat up and hit his head on the underside of the staircase, which he did approximately once a week and had not gotten used to. He pressed his hand over his mouth to muffle the sound and waited. The communication came again, stronger. Where is the one who speaks? Harry pushed open the cupboard door as quietly as it went, the hinges needed oil and he'd asked 3 times and been ignored, and stepped into the hallway. The house was dark except for the nightlight in the socket. The storm was loud against the windows, lightning flickering in the glass panel above the front door. He went to the kitchen. Looked out the window over the garden. At first he saw nothing, just rain and darkness and the thrashing of the bushes in the wind, the shed a pale shape at the back. Lightning flashed, and in that second of white light he saw her. She was enormous. That was the first thing, the thing that rearranged all his previous understanding of what a snake looked like. He'd thought the adders were large, thought the smooth snake impressive in its length. This was something entirely different. She was at least 10 feet long. He'd refine this estimate later to 12, to 14, before settling on approximately 11, because she moved in ways that made her hard to measure, and thick through the middle in a way that spoke of age and power and a very long time of eating well. She was moving through the garden with the unhurried purposefulness of something that has never needed to hurry, her head raised, rain streaming off her scales. She was looking at the house. Harry pressed his palm to the kitchen window glass. "I'm here," he said, in the language, quietly enough that it wouldn't wake the Dursleys. The great head turned. What came back was not the grass snake's quick warmth or the adder's measured layers. It was something that arrived in his mind with the force of a physical impact, not aggressive, just present, with a weight that made everything he'd communicated with before feel like candlelight next to a window in full sun. "Come outside," she said. He went outside in the rain without stopping for shoes. She was at the far end of the garden, near the oak tree, when he pushed through the back door. He crossed the wet grass with his bare feet and the rain soaking through his pajamas in about 4 seconds, and stopped about 6 feet away, which felt like the appropriate distance given what he was looking at. She looked at him. He looked at her. Up close she was even more extraordinary. The length and weight of her were almost architectural, like something that occupied space the way a wall occupies space. Her scales were dark, black with a greenish iridescence when the lightning flashed, which it did twice while he stood there, close enough that the thunder came almost immediately. Her eyes were very different from the adder's copper gold. They were a deep amber, almost brown, and they held a quality of intelligence that was different in kind from anything he'd encountered before. The adders thought in old slow patterns. This snake thought. "You are the speaker," she communicated. Not a question. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Harry. Names of walking ones have no interest for me." "Right," Harry said. He pushed his wet hair out of his face. "What should I call you?" She was still for a long moment. Rain ran off her scales in sheets. She seemed completely unbothered by the storm. It was possible, Harry thought, that weather simply did not register as a category of concern for something this old. "You may call me Nagini," she said. "It is what I have been called by the one I served." "You served someone?" Harry said. "I was bound," she said, and the communication had a texture to it that Harry didn't know what to do with, something dark and complicated and long, like a rope that had been pulled tight for a very long time and was not entirely certain yet what to do with being untied. "I am not bound now." "What happened to the one you served?" "He was unmade," she said. "Partly. He persists in a diminished form, in the dark, in the east. He will not be unmade fully for some years yet." Harry stood in the rain and processed this. Was he a walking one? He was many things. Nagini's head moved, a slow sweep from left to right. He was a speaker. "Like you. The last one I knew." Harry felt the quality of the night change, just slightly, around that sentence. "The last speaker you knew," he said carefully. "Does that mean there were others?" "Few. Very few. In the old times there were more." She looked at Harry with her amber eyes, and the intelligence in them was pointed now, focused. "You are very young." "I'm 10. You began speaking young." "A few months ago." "By accident." "It is always by accident," she communicated, and there was something in it that might have been amusement, if Nagini did amusement, which Harry was not sure about yet. "No one chooses the gift. It chooses." Lightning again, very close. The thunder came as she finished speaking, which felt theatrical but was just weather. Harry looked at her. This enormous, ancient, very intelligent creature who had been bound to someone and was now not bound to anyone, who had found her way to a suburban garden in Surrey in a thunderstorm. He thought about the question he most needed answered but wasn't sure he wanted the answer to. "The one you served," he said. "The one who was unmade." Why was he unmade? Nagini was still. "He tried to kill a child," she said. "And he failed. And the failure damaged him." A long pause. "The child was you." Harry stood very still in the rain. "I know what you are," Nagini said. "I know your blood and your history. I was in the room when the mark was made on you." Her head turned, and in the darkness her eyes found his forehead with the precision of something that does not miss things. "I was there the night your parents died." The rain hammered down. Thunder rolled away to the east. Harry's feet were cold against the wet grass and his pajamas were plastered to him, and he was standing in a storm talking to a snake that had watched his parents die. He didn't run. He didn't shake. He stood there and breathed and let it settle. "Tell me," he said. She told him. Not the way a person tells a story, with beginning and middle and careful sequencing. She told it the way snakes know things, in images and impressions and the deep knowledge of the body, in the way that cold knows cold and warmth knows warmth. She had been in the house in Godric's Hollow. She had been there when the one she served had come, triumphant and certain, to finish what he'd started. She had felt the spell that killed Harry's father. Felt it the way you feel a thunderclap, in the chest, in the sinuses, everywhere at once. She had felt the spell that killed Harry's mother. And then, the rebound. The spell that turned back on the caster and unmade him, that drove him out of his own body and sent him into the dark, years of diminished formless existence in the east. "It was your mother," Nagini said. "Something she did. Something she chose. I do not fully understand it. But I felt it, what she made, the night she died. It was like a wall made of light." Harry stood very still and felt something move through him that had no name he knew of. Not grief exactly, you can't grieve properly for someone you never got to know. Something adjacent to grief, something that lived in the same neighborhood. Love that had nowhere to go, maybe. That had been looking for somewhere to land for 10 years. "She chose to die," he said. "She chose to stay," Nagini said. "There is a difference." Harry thought about that. He looked at the garden, at the long grass and the oak and the ivy-hidden hollow, at the shed under which 30 years of adders had lived undisturbed. He thought about choosing to stay. "Why did you come here?" he asked. "I felt you," she said simply. "The speaking. When you began, in the summer, it was detectable to something that knows the gift. Like a light going on in a dark building." She paused. "I have been moving. Since I was unbound. Moving without particular direction. But the light," she looked at him. "I came toward the light." "You've been traveling since the night in Godric's Hollow?" "Yes. 9 years. She said this without drama, as simple fact. 9 years of movement, of an enormous snake making her way across England without direction or allegiance, eating and sleeping and existing in the cold freedom of something newly unbound. "Where were you?" Harry asked. "Not why, where?" "Everywhere," she communicated. "Mostly the West. Scotland for a time. The moors. I like the moors." A pause. "Open. No stone dens." Something about this, the image of Nagini on the Scottish moors, alone and vast and moving without hurry through the heather, made Harry's chest do something he couldn't quite account for. He recognized it after a moment. It was the feeling of meeting someone who has been through something enormous and come out the other side, not whole exactly but present, still here and moving. "Will you stay?" Harry asked. "For now," Nagini said. "I do not bind myself." "I'm not asking you to bind yourself," Harry said. "I'm asking if you'll stay." She looked at him with her amber eyes. "The small ones told me about you," she said. "Before I came in." The ones in the long grass. The adders. The adders. They said, the young speaker is fair, and he asks rather than takes, and he has arranged himself as our ally. A pause, and there was the thing that might have been amusement again. They said he is badly housed. Harry almost laughed. The adders told you I'm badly housed. They are concerned, Nagini said. They have discussed it. Have they? At length. She turned her head toward the house. I see their concern. The stone den is, she communicated something multi-layered that resolved into, it is not right for what you are. No, Harry agreed. It's not. She looked at the house for a long moment. Then at Harry. Then at the space under the oak tree, where the hollow was full of pregnant adders. I will stay near the oak, she communicated. For now. The hollow, I will not disturb the hollow. There was something almost offended in it. I have more sense than to disturb a maternity hollow. Right. Yes. Sorry. She moved, a fluid, massive, unhurried movement, toward the base of the oak tree, and coiled herself there with the composure of something that has found an adequate position and intends to maintain it until further notice. She was very large. The coil of her was roughly the circumference of the oak's trunk, which was saying something. Harry stood in the rain looking at her. Good night, Nagini, he said. You are wet, she observed. I know. Go inside, she said. The cold is not good for you. You are not as resilient as we are. Right, Harry said. He stood there for one more moment, in the rain, with the lightning gone east and the storm quieting. Then, thank you. For coming. She didn't respond to that. But he had the impression, as he turned and walked back to the house, that she was watching him go, and that the watching had the quality of something that has decided, carefully and without sentimentality, to care about a thing. He told the eldest adder about Nagini in the morning. The adder already knew. Of course it did. We felt her come in the night, it communicated. We knew what she was. Did it bother you? Harry asked. Having something that large in the garden? She is old, the adder said. Old things are not usually bother. A pause. And she is a speaker's companion. She carries it on her. The impression that came with this was complex, the adder communicating that Nagini smelled, in some non-physical way, of the language, of the gift. It is known that such companions exist. Such companions, Harry repeated. Have there been others? Besides the one she served? Long ago, the adder said. Before memory. It communicated the quality of history beyond access, the place where even adder knowledge ran out. But the smell of it is there. Harry sat with this. She said the one she served was a speaker. Like me. And she said there are very few. Yes. The adder's response had a weight to it. It runs in blood. Certain blood. Old blood. Slytherin, Harry said. He didn't know where the word came from, it had arrived the previous night sometime between the garden and sleep, surfacing from whatever depth his mind used for things it knew without being taught. He'd turned it over in the dark of the cupboard, Slytherin. It felt like a name and a description and a history all compressed into 2 syllables. Is that right? The adder was still for a long moment. That is a walking one's word, it said finally. But yes. That blood. Harry thought about Voldemort, another word that had come in the night, sliding in after Slytherin, and he'd felt the fear in it, the designed fear, the way the word had been built to frighten. He'd turned that over too, and found that it didn't frighten him especially, which he suspected said something about both him and the word. He thought about the fact that the thing that had killed his parents was made from the same blood that Harry himself apparently carried. The same gift, the same source. He sat with the strangeness of that. The one she served, Harry said. He's not dead. No, the adder confirmed. Will he come back? The adder was very still. That is not a knowing we have, it said. That is a walking one's question. But the old ones say, it paused, processing something complex. The old ones say that things unmade are rarely unmade fully. They find their way back. Right, Harry said. He looked at the garden. At Nagini coiled at the base of the oak, utterly motionless in the morning light, looking like a geographical feature. At the long grass and the hollow and the shed. At the house with its blameless suburban facade. Then I'd better be ready, he said. Not to the adder specifically, to the garden, to the morning, to himself. Ready for what? The adder asked. I don't know yet, Harry said. Everything, probably. Nagini spoke to him every day. Not extensively, she was not a conversational creature, and she had the quality of something that has been alone for a very long time and is relearning what interaction means. But she spoke. She communicated. And what she communicated, piece by piece over the following days, was extraordinary. She knew things. She had been in rooms where things were decided and had not been noticed, because people who plan terrible things in rooms rarely think to account for snakes, and this had made her an involuntary archivist of a world Harry had no other access to. She knew about Dumbledore. She described him the way you might describe a mountain, impressive, permanent, occasionally volcanic. She had watched him once through a window, years ago. She communicated something about the quality of the power in him that made Harry's scalp prickle. She knew about Hogwarts, she had been near it once, in Scotland, had felt the shape of it. She communicated something about the magic in the castle that she described as very old and very alive, which Harry filed away carefully. She knew about the wizarding world in general, in the way of something that has observed it from outside and found it largely baffling. She communicated, with something that was definitely amusement, her general assessment of wizards, clever in their own medium, helpless outside it, very prone to sorting themselves into groups and arguing about which group is better. That tracks, Harry said. She communicated particular contempt for the way wizards treated snakes. They use us in their potions. They put us on their flags. Their school has a house named for us. And then they scream when they find one in the garden. To be fair, Harry said, looking at Nagini in her full 11-foot splendor, you would make most people scream. She looked at him. You are not screaming. I'm not most people, Harry said. She held his gaze for a moment. No, she agreed. You are not. On Saturday morning, Vernon came out to wash the car and found Nagini. Harry had been in the kitchen making toast when he heard the front door open and close, and he'd crossed to the kitchen window in time to see Vernon walk down the front path with his bucket and his chamois cloth, and then stop. He couldn't see Nagini from the kitchen, she was around the side of the house, near the corner of the garden, where she'd taken to lying in the morning sun along the base of the wall. But Vernon could see her. Harry could tell from the way Vernon stopped, in the very specific way of someone whose brain has received information that it is refusing to process. He watched Vernon stand in the driveway for a full 30 seconds without moving. Then Vernon, without looking away from whatever he was looking at, took exactly 4 steps backward, opened the front door without turning around, and went back inside. Harry heard him in the hallway. Petunia. What? There is a very large snake on the side of the house. A pause. How large, Vernon? Another pause. Large. Petunia. Large. Harry buttered his toast and ate it at the kitchen table with the focused attention of someone who is trying very hard not to let their face do anything that could be reported. He heard Vernon pick up the phone. Heard him try, in order, the pest control company, which was apparently closed on Saturdays, the council, which had a recorded message about weekend hours, a neighbor, who was sympathetic but practically useless, and finally, in what Harry felt was a distinct escalation, the non-emergency police line, to which he explained, Harry could hear this clearly from the kitchen, that there was a very large snake of an unknown variety in his garden and he needed it removed. The police were, reasonably, unable to help with this. Vernon hung up. Petunia came downstairs. They had a conversation in the hall that Harry could only partially hear, conducted in the tense, overlapping way of two people who each believed the other should be handling something. Then Vernon came into the kitchen. Harry looked up. "Did you know that was there?" Vernon said. "Know what was where?" Harry said. Vernon's face went through a complicated process. He was looking at Harry with the expression he'd been using more often lately, the one that had replaced his usual contemptuous ease, the one with the edge of something Harry recognized as assessment. Vernon was genuinely trying to figure out whether Harry was responsible for the snake on the side of the house. The problem for Vernon was that there was no world in his experience where a 10-year-old boy could be responsible for a large exotic snake appearing in a suburban garden. His brain simply could not complete that journey. "There is a large snake," Vernon said, "on the outside of this house." "Wow," Harry said. "I need you to not," Vernon stopped. He'd been about to say something and had checked himself, which was also new. "I need you to stay inside." "Okay," Harry said. Vernon went back to Petunia. Harry listened to them decide to call a wildlife charity, which eventually sent someone out at 2 in the afternoon, a young woman with a snake hook in considerable confidence who went around the side of the house and came back 4 minutes later with an expression that suggested she was recalibrating her entire understanding of her job. "How long has this snake been in your garden?" she asked. "We just noticed it this morning," Petunia said. "Right. Because," the woman looked at her notebook, appeared to decide whatever she was going to write wouldn't help, and put the notebook away. "The snake you have it's very large. I've never actually seen one this large outside of a zoo. We're going to need a specialist team." She paused. "And a larger vehicle. Can't you just remove it?" Vernon said. "Mr. Dursley, I've seen big snakes. I've relocated pythons from someone's attic. That snake the length of it, and the apparent health of it," she stopped. "Where did it come from?" "We don't know," Petunia said. "Has it been here long?" "No," Petunia said, at exactly the same moment Harry said, from the kitchen doorway where he'd appeared, "She's been here about a week, I think." 3 people looked at Harry. "She?" Vernon said. Harry said. It looks like a female. I think. I don't know." He shrugged with the elaborate innocence of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. "I saw it in the garden a few days ago. I didn't want to tell you because I thought it would go away." The wildlife woman looked at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite categorize. "You saw it a few days ago and you weren't frightened?" "Not really," Harry said. She looked at him for a moment too long. "Right," she said. She went back to her vehicle to make phone calls. The specialist team, it turned out, could not come until Monday. Vernon was informed of this and his face did something that went through 5 stages before settling on a specific kind of numb acceptance that Harry recognized as what happened when Vernon's strategies for controlling the world ran out. Petunia said she was not sleeping in this house while that thing was in the garden. Vernon said they were not going to a hotel on account of a snake. Petunia said if Vernon thought she was staying then Vernon did not understand the situation. They went to Petunia's sisters, Vernon's sister Marge, whom Harry despised, for the night, taking Dudley. They left Harry behind, which was not unusual and was in this specific instance a gift of incalculable value. Harry went out to the garden and sat down near Nagini. "They've gone for the night," he said. Nagini looked at him. "I noticed. The specialist team is coming Monday." "I will be elsewhere Monday," she said. "I am not difficult to move when I choose to move." "Right." Harry sat in the warm evening with the house all to himself and the garden full of his allies and Nagini coiled at the oak tree, and he felt something he didn't experience often enough, uncomplicated ease. The particular lightness of a house that contained only people who were glad to be in it. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "You may ask." "The one you served." "Voldemort." He said the name deliberately, watching for Nagini's reaction. What he got was not fear, it was something more like recognizing the sound of a distant storm, heard long ago. Were you afraid of him? Nagini was very still for a long time. I was bound to him, she said finally. Fear and binding, they are similar, in some ways. You cannot always separate them. But now you're not bound. No. Are you afraid of him now? Of what he might become, when he comes back? She turned her full attention to Harry. Her amber eyes in the evening light were very steady. Are you? She asked. Harry thought about it honestly. He thought about a formless thing in the east, diminished and persistent. He thought about it as a fact rather than as a fear, something real that existed and would, eventually, be a problem. No, he said. I'm going to be ready for it. But no. Nagini was still for a moment. Good, she said. Fear is a chain. You should not begin life in a chain. They sat in the garden as the sky darkened and the first stars came out, and Harry thought about chains and about what he was and what was coming, and felt for the first time in his life something that might have been called peace, except it had more spine in it than peace usually did. On Sunday Nagini spoke to him about the Dursleys. Not philosophically, specifically. She had been watching, she said, in the way of something that watches everything as a matter of habit. The large one, she communicated. He is afraid of more things than snakes. Vernon? Yes. He is afraid of his neighbors knowing things. Of being seen as less than he presents. She communicated the particular quality of Vernon's brand of fear with a precision that made Harry feel, briefly, almost sorry for Vernon. Almost. This is a useful fear. I know, Harry said. The thin one, she said, meaning Petunia. Her fear is different. She knew my mother. Yes. I can smell the grief in her. Old grief. Spoiled. Nagini communicated something complex, the way grief, untended, can become something else entirely, something angular and small. She is afraid of being wrong. Afraid that in choosing the ordinary, she chose badly. She did, Harry said. Yes. But she cannot admit this. So she makes the grief into resentment and the resentment into, you. Nagini looked at him steadily. She cannot forgive your mother for being magical. She cannot forgive you for being evidence of what she left behind. Harry thought about that. He thought about Petunia at the kitchen sink, the specific quality of her movements when she looked at him, the way her face sometimes did something very fast and complicated before settling into its usual cool dismissal. She loved her sister, he said. Yes, Nagini agreed. That is the problem. They were quiet for a moment. The young one, Harry said. Dudley. What do you think about Dudley? Nagini considered. He is still forming, she communicated. He has been given bad patterns. But a pattern given is not a pattern fixed. She paused. He made you a deal. You know about that? I was near the bathroom window, she said, with no particular embarrassment about this. Harry looked at her. Are you always listening? I am always paying attention, she said. This is different. Is it? Yes. Listening implies effort. Paying attention is simply what I do. Right, Harry said. He thought about Dudley's face in the bathroom. The asking quality of it. He's not going to turn out like them, Harry said, and wasn't sure if it was a statement or a hope. That, Nagini said, depends on what happens in the next few years. Which is to say, on what happens here. She looked at the house. And what happens here depends on you. On me. Harry looked at the house too. At the lit windows and the ordinary suburban mass of it. You have already changed it, Nagini said. 2 months ago this was a place of simple unhappiness. Now it is, something else. Something in motion. A pause. The question is where the motion ends. I've been thinking about that, Harry said. I know. I can tell when you think. You go very still and your breathing changes. Harry filed that away, apparently he was transparent to ancient snakes. I need them to leave, he said. Not permanently, maybe. But enough. Long enough for something to change. Long enough for them to understand that things are different. Different how? Different in that I'm not nothing, Harry said. Different in that this is not their house to be cruel in. Different in that when I leave, when I go to school, to whatever's out there, I leave because I chose to, not because I was desperate. Nagini looked at him for a very long moment. You want to leave on your terms, she said. Yes. Good, she said. That is the right thing to want. She uncoiled slightly, resettling. Tell me what you need. I will consider it. Something big, Harry said. Something that can't be ignored. Not just one snake in the kitchen or one on the car, something that fills the space, that's impossible to rationalize away. He looked at Nagini. With you here, I think I might be able to do it. Nagini was still for a moment. Then she communicated something that resolved, slowly, into amusement, genuine amusement, dark and quiet and very large. Yes, she said. I imagine you might. The specialist team came Monday and found nothing. Harry had told Nagini at 9 that morning that people were coming, and Nagini had communicated yes, I know, I heard the vehicle 2 streets away and moved, with unhurried efficiency, through the garden gate and away down the road, leaving no evidence of her presence except a flattened patch of grass at the base of the oak tree that the specialist team attributed to a fallen branch. They searched the garden thoroughly. They checked under the shed and behind the compost and along the fences and found 2 grass snakes, which they photographed and left, and 3 adders, which caused some excitement and resulted in a leaflet being left with Petunia about coexisting with native wildlife that Petunia put directly in the recycling bin. The Dursleys returned from Marge's house that evening, subdued and slightly at odds with each other in the specific way that comes from spending a night somewhere you didn't want to be. Vernon went to the shed to get his car washing equipment and stood in front of the shed door for a full minute before opening it, which was something Harry watched from the kitchen window with deep satisfaction. Nagini was back at the oak tree by nightfall. How was your day? Harry asked. The hedgerows are interesting this time of year, she communicated. A great deal of activity. Good walk. She looked at him with amber eyes. I do not walk. Good, he tried to think of the right word for what Nagini did when she moved. Good transit. She regarded him for a moment. Yes, she said. It was adequate. Harry smiled and went back inside, and the night settled over Privet Drive, and the garden held its inhabitants, the adders in their 3 places, the grass snakes in the long grass and the hedges, the slowworm by the compost, and Nagini coiled at the oak, and number 4, Privet Drive felt, for the first time in Harry's memory, like it was under someone else's management. His management. The thought of it made him feel something he'd been feeling more and more over the course of this extraordinary summer, something that sat in his chest, warm and steady, like a fire that's been properly built and isn't going anywhere. He was 10 years old and he had a 12-foot snake at the base of his oak tree and 17 pregnant adders in a hollow full of leaves, and somewhere in Scotland there was a castle, and somewhere in the dark east there was something diminished and waiting, and there was an old man who was apparently coming to see about him. Let them all come, Harry thought. He was beginning to be ready. Chapter 5, The Eviction. The letters started arriving on a Friday. Harry was in the kitchen when the first one came. He heard the mail slot clatter and went to get it before Vernon, which he sometimes did when he was feeling like a small act of initiative, and found among the usual bills and circulars a letter addressed in green ink on yellowish parchment to Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He stood in the hallway and read the address twice. Read it 3 times. The cupboard under the stairs. Whoever had written this letter knew exactly where he slept, and had written it down without apparent embarrassment, which communicated volumes about both parties. He turned the letter over. Sealed with purple wax, a crest he didn't recognize, a lion, an eagle, a badger, a snake, and the words Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He opened it. He read it. He read it again. He was still standing in the hallway when Vernon came downstairs and found him there, holding the letter. What followed was the fastest Harry had ever seen Vernon move. The letter was snatched. Harry's arm was gripped, not hard enough to bruise but hard enough to communicate urgency, and he was steered into the kitchen with a velocity that suggested Vernon had been preparing for exactly this moment and had a plan. The plan turned out to be, burn the letter and pretend it had never arrived. Harry watched Vernon push the letter into the kitchen bin with more force than was strictly necessary and cover it with a cereal box, and thought, there will be more. There were more. He'd known there would be. He hadn't known anything about the wizarding world 2 months ago, but he knew quite a lot now, and he knew that wizards who sent letters did not generally give up after one. He'd talked to Nagini about Hogwarts. She described it as persistent, among other things. The second letter arrived Saturday. Vernon burned it before Harry could touch it. The third arrived Sunday, along with 2 others, and Vernon's burning operation became slightly chaotic. By Wednesday there were so many letters arriving through so many improbable vectors, the mail slot, the chimney, delivered by owls that somehow navigated through closed windows, appearing folded under the kitchen door, that Vernon had gone from burning them to collecting them in a bin bag that he then took out to the car in what appeared to be a plan to dispose of them elsewhere, though where you disposed of magically persistent letters was a question he seemed not to have worked out yet. Harry let this happen. He'd already read the first letter carefully enough to have it largely memorized, and more importantly he already knew what it meant and broadly what it was asking, because Nagini had told him about Hogwarts and Mrs. Fig had confirmed it and his own blood had apparently known something was coming for years. He didn't need the subsequent letters to tell him anything. But he watched Vernon's escalating panic with focused attention, because the letters were doing something useful, they were pulling the situation toward a crisis point, and Harry had been waiting for a crisis point. Vernon reached his. On Thursday morning he came downstairs with a look on his face that Harry recognized as the look of a man who has made a decision and is moving toward it at speed. He announced, at breakfast, that the family was leaving. Today. Going somewhere the letters couldn't find them. He had not specified where, which was the quality of a plan that hadn't been fully thought through, and Petunia's expression said she knew this but had chosen this moment not to argue. Dudley looked at Harry. Harry looked at Dudley. "Are we taking Harry?" Dudley asked. "Of course we're taking, yes, obviously, stop asking questions, get your things." They ended up in a rented car by noon, Vernon having apparently decided that the letters, whatever magic sent them, might be tracking the family car specifically, driving northwest with no stated destination and an atmosphere in the vehicle that could most accurately be described as pressurized. Harry sat in the back beside Dudley with his small bag and watched Surrey become Buckinghamshire become Northamptonshire with the particular equanimity of someone who knows they are being moved around and has decided to find it interesting. He also thought, as they drove, about timing. He'd had a plan. He'd been building towards something specific, the coordinated event he discussed with the adders, the moment of all at once rather than gradual. He'd been thinking of it as something that happened at the house, in the garden, using the full network in Nagini and everything he'd spent the summer building. He hadn't planned for the Dursleys to physically leave before he could do it. He sat with this problem for the first hour of driving. Then he thought about what Nagini had told him, you want to leave on your terms. He thought about the letters, which were going to keep coming regardless of where the Dursleys drove. He thought about Mrs. Fig saying the old man would come to check on him, and thought about what the old man would find when he arrived at an empty house. By the time they stopped at a service station in Nottinghamshire, Harry had revised his plan. Not cancelled. Revised. The location was the problem. The location could be changed. Vernon's ultimate destination turned out to be a hut on a rock. This was not a metaphor. It was a literal hut on a literal rock, accessible only by rowing boat, in the middle of a grey sea somewhere off the coast that Harry couldn't precisely identify, which Vernon had apparently rented on short notice from a man who'd seemed alarmed by the urgency of the request. It had 2 rooms and a leaking roof and sleeping arrangements that were worse than the cupboard, which Harry had not thought possible. Harry lay on the floor of the main room on a thin blanket while Vernon and Petunia argued quietly in the other room and Dudley snored on the only sofa and the storm came in off the sea, and thought about the fact that he was an 11-year-old boy on a rock in the middle of the ocean the night before his birthday. He thought about Nagini. She was still in the garden at Privet Drive, she'd have felt the house go quiet, felt the absence. She would wait. Nagini, he had established, was extraordinarily good at waiting. He thought about the eldest adder and the hollow and the maternity nest and the network across the street. He thought about all of it sitting in the garden of number 4 while the Dursleys drove in circles trying to outrun letters. He thought, this cannot last. Something has to break. At midnight, something knocked on the door of the hut. The knock was not polite. It was the kind of knock that comes from something very large and very certain of its welcome, a knock that communicated, I am here and the door will open, the question is whether it opens before or after I make it open. Vernon woke up. Everyone woke up. Harry sat up from the floor. The knock came again. Vernon went to the door with a shotgun, which he'd apparently obtained from somewhere that Harry had questions about but chose not to ask, and opened it, and Rubeus Hagrid came in out of the storm. Harry had thought, based on Nagini's description of wizards, that he might have some expectations about what a wizard would look like. He had not expected this. Hagrid was enormous in a different way from Vernon. Vernon's enormity was horizontal ambition, a man who took up space because he felt entitled to it. Hagrid's enormity was simply a fact, like a mountain, something that existed without agenda and simply was what it was. He had a beard that could have housed small wildlife, and a coat that appeared to be doing so, and when he ducked through the doorway of the hut he brought the storm in with him in a general atmospheric sense. He looked around the hut. His eyes went from Vernon, who had the shotgun, to Petunia, who had gone very pale, to Dudley, who was attempting to fit more of himself behind the sofa, and finally to Harry, sitting on the floor in the corner. Something changed in Hagrid's face when he looked at Harry. Something that was too big to be called an expression, more like weather. Harry, he said, and his voice was as large as the rest of him. Last time I saw ya, we're only this big. He held his hand roughly a foot off the floor. Hello, Harry said. He stood up. He was aware of Vernon behind him making preparatory sounds, the kind that preceded shouting. He turned and looked at Vernon and something in Harry's face must have communicated something, because Vernon made the sounds and then stopped. Hagrid looked at Vernon. I'd pee you down if I were you, he said, referring to the shotgun, with the pleasantness of someone who is not actually worried about the shotgun. Vernon put it down. Hagrid produced a somewhat crushed birthday cake from inside his coat, handed it to Harry. It said Happy Birthday Harry in green icing with the handwriting of someone who had recently learned to write and was pleased with their progress, and then produced a letter. The letter. The real one, personal, different from the form letters that had been arriving by the dozen. Harry could tell the difference immediately, something in the quality of the parchment, something in the weight of it. He opened it and read it while Hagrid settled onto the sofa groaned but held, and accepted the offer of Vernon's chair because there were no alternatives and Hagrid needed a chair the way a ship needs a berth. He read the letter twice. He already knew most of what it said. But reading it, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted. Something about reading it made it different. More real. More his. Hagrid, he said. He looked up. How long have you known about me? Since ye were born, Hagrid said. Knew your mum and dad, didn't I, wonderful people. And, yeah, look just like your dad, be you, he stopped. Looked at Harry's eyes. Got your mum's eyes. Harry held this. I know what I am, he said. I know about Hogwarts. I know about, he paused, choosing how much to say. About what happened when I was a baby. Hagrid blinked. How d'ye know all the? I've been learning, Harry said. He did not elaborate, and something in the way he said it made Hagrid look at him with an expression that recalibrated, slightly, the big, warm, grief-softened expression of a man who expected a bewildered child and was finding something rather different. Vernon cleared his throat. "Now see here, not now, Vernon," Harry said. The room went very quiet. It was the first time Harry had ever said that to Vernon. Not loudly, not aggressively, just with the particular weight of someone who means it and doesn't need it amplified. He said it and he felt the room reconfigure slightly around it, the way rooms do when something shifts. Vernon turned red. Vernon opened his mouth. "I said not now," Harry said. He looked at Vernon steadily. "You can say what you want to say. But you're going to let me finish with Hagrid first." He turned back to Hagrid, who was looking at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read, surprise, and underneath it something else, something more complicated. "Tell me what I need to know," Harry said. "For school. What I need, what to expect. Start from the beginning." Hagrid, after a moment, started from the beginning. They rode back to shore the next morning. The conversation in the hut had gone on until nearly 3, which was how long it took Hagrid to cover the necessary ground, Diagon Alley, the school list, the wizarding world in general, and a great deal of additional context about Harry's parents that Harry absorbed with careful attention and a few precise questions that made Hagrid look at him sideways several times. Vernon had tried to intervene 4 more times. 3 of those times Harry had stopped him with the same phrase, the same quiet wait, and the 4th time Hagrid had simply looked at Vernon in a way that reminded Vernon of something he didn't want to think about. On the boat back to shore, Harry sat in the bow and watched the water and thought about everything Hagrid had said. About Voldemort specifically, and the night in Godric's Hollow, and the scar, and what it meant that he was famous in a world he hadn't known existed. He thought about what Nagini had told him, and how it matched Hagrid's account, and how it differed. How from Nagini's perspective the event was, specific, textured, something she had been physically present for. How from Hagrid's perspective it was legendary, mythologized, something that had happened to the world. He thought about being 2 things at once, the boy in the cupboard, and the legend. He decided the legend could wait. He decided that first, before Diagon Alley and before the train and before any of it, there was something he needed to do at Privet Drive. Hagrid drove him back in a motorcycle that appeared from nowhere, flying, which Harry found extraordinary and filed under things I want to understand better, and deposited him at the front gate of number 4 by early afternoon. The Dursleys' car was already in the drive, they'd made better time in the rented vehicle. Hagrid gave him a tap on the shoulder that communicated approximately the same warmth as a full embrace from a smaller person, told him he'd be in touch about Diagon Alley, and left. Harry stood at the front gate. The street was the same as it had always been, identical houses, identical hedges, the sprinkler running 2 doors down. But the garden was different, or rather Harry's relationship to it was different. He could feel it now, standing at the gate, the same way you feel a familiar room when you've been away from it, all its particulars arriving at once. He walked up the path. He opened the front door with his key. The house was quiet. He could hear Vernon in the kitchen, the sounds of someone making tea with the aggressive energy of a man who has had a very bad night and is expressing it through kettle use. He could hear Petunia upstairs, moving around in the bathroom. He couldn't hear Dudley, which meant Dudley was either asleep or on his PlayStation. Harry went through the house to the back door. He went into the garden and sat down in the long grass. The one who knows the warm stones was on the flagstone. "I'm back," Harry said. "We know," the grass snake said. "Nagini said you would return today." Harry looked toward the oak tree. Nagini was there, as she had been when he left, coiled with the permanence of a geological feature. She turned her head when he looked at her. "How was the rock?" she asked. "Damp," Harry said. "And educational." He sat with them in the afternoon sun and told them, in the language, quietly, what had happened. The hut, Hagrid, the letters, the conversation. He told it plainly, without drama, the way he told everything. The eldest adder listened from the long grass. Nagini listened from the oak. The one who knows the warm stones listened from the flagstone. When he finished, he said, I need to do it now. The thing we talked about. The coordinated event. Now. The grass snake asked. Today. While the letters are still coming, while they're still rattled from the hut, while everything is already in motion. He looked at the house. If I wait, they'll settle. They'll rebuild. They'll decide things are manageable. He paused. I need them to understand, once, all at once, that things are not manageable. That this house, this garden, is not what they thought it was. That I am not what they thought I was. He looked at Nagini. Are you ready? Nagini looked at him with her amber eyes, slow and steady. I have been ready, she said, since the rock. When? The eldest adder asked. Dinner, Harry said. They'll all be in one place. 6 o'clock. He spent the afternoon in his cupboard, not because he'd been sent there, nobody had said anything to him when he came in, but because he wanted the time to think. He went through it methodically, the sequence of events, the positions, what he was going to say and what he wasn't. He thought about what Nagini had said, fear is a chain. You should not begin life in a chain. He thought about the eldest adder, we will be there. At 5:30 he got up and went to the kitchen and set the table without being asked, because it was something he sometimes did and it gave him a reason to be in the right room. Petunia was at the cooker, making something with pork chops. Vernon was at the kitchen table with his newspaper, decompressing in the way of someone who has decided that normality will reassert itself if he treats it normally enough. Dudley came downstairs at 6 and sat at the table and picked up his fork. Petunia brought the food to the table and sat down. Harry sat down last. He looked at his plate, and then he looked at the kitchen window, and then he reached forward and opened it, just slightly, just a few inches, the way you open a window on a warm evening. Nobody said anything about the window. Harry ate his dinner with the focused patience of someone waiting for a specific moment. The first sign was Petunia. She stopped eating. Looked at the kitchen floor. Said, Vernon. Vernon looked up from his newspaper, which he read at dinner in a way Petunia normally objected to. He looked at the kitchen floor. Moving across the kitchen tile, from under the cooker, with complete unhurried composure, was a grass snake. Then another. Then the young adder from the compost heap, which was the one Harry had decided was most comfortable in open spaces, its zigzag pattern unmistakable on the kitchen floor. Petunia made a sound. She stood up. She stood on her chair. Vernon stood up. He pushed back from the table. Dudley said, Oh no. Stay calm, Harry said. He said it with the same quiet weight he'd used in the hut with Vernon. Nothing is going to hurt you. Get them out, Vernon started. Vernon, Harry said. I need you to listen to me for a minute. More snakes. 2 more grass snakes coming through the gap under the cooker. The slow worm from the compost heap appearing under the back door, it had found a new route in. The smooth snake flowing through the open window with liquid efficiency and pausing on the windowsill. Vernon had backed against the far wall. Petunia was on her chair. Dudley had pulled his feet up onto his chair and was making small distressed noises. I know what I am, Harry said. He was still sitting at the table, his dinner in front of him, entirely still. I know about Hogwarts. I know about my parents, and about what happened to them, and about the letter that's been coming for a week. He looked at Vernon. And I know you've known this whole time. All of it. Everything. Now you listen here, from outside, through the open window, through the back door, through whatever gaps existed in the fabric of the house, the sound changed. Not a sound, exactly. A quality of awareness, a pressure, like something very large settling its full attention onto a single point. Nagini came through the back door. She came through it the way she moved through everything, not dramatically, not with display, just with presence and scale and the absolute certainty of something that has decided where it is going. The door was only slightly open and she came through it anyway, the way water comes through a gap, and she was in the kitchen and she was, even Harry, who had spent 2 weeks sitting next to her in the garden, felt the quality of her in the enclosed kitchen space as something genuinely significant. Petunia screamed. Not the undignified scream from before, when the grass snake had been in the roses. This was something more fundamental, a sound that came from somewhere below thought, from the place in the human animal that is very old and knows, viscerally, what a very large snake in a small room means. Nagini paid this no attention. She moved to the center of the kitchen floor, found a position, and stilled. She raised her head to roughly the height of the kitchen counter, which put her eye level with Harry where he sat at the table. "This is Nagini," Harry said. "She's been in the garden for 2 weeks. She won't hurt you. Tell them I have decided not to," Nagini communicated to Harry, with the quality of something making a very specific distinction. "She's decided not to," Harry amended. The kitchen was utterly silent. Vernon was against the wall. His face had gone from red to a color that had no real name, a kind of mottled gray-red that suggested several body systems in conflict with each other. He was staring at Nagini with an expression that had gone beyond fear into something that was almost like stupefaction. "Harry," Dudley said, from his chair, very quietly. "Yeah," Harry said. Is this what you've been doing all summer?" "Some of it," Harry said. Dudley was quiet for a moment. "Right," he said, with the air of someone who has been rearranging their understanding of events and has reached a new configuration. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry said. He addressed all 3 of them, Vernon still against the wall, Petunia on her chair, Dudley with his feet up. He said it the way he said everything now, plainly, without anger, without performance. He'd thought about this part most carefully of all. "I'm going to Hogwarts in September. I'm going, and I'm not asking permission, and it's already arranged. You know this. You've known it for years and you made a decision not to tell me, which," he paused. "We'll talk about that another time." Nobody said anything. "While I'm gone," Harry continued, "you're going to fix things here. The cupboard is not a bedroom. I'm going to sleep in an actual bedroom when I'm home. I'm going to eat at meals. I'm going to go to school without deliberately failing." He looked at Petunia specifically. "These are not requests." Petunia was staring at him from her chair with an expression he had never seen on her face before. It was not anger. It was not contempt. It was something much stranger, recognition, maybe. The look of someone seeing a thing they've always known existed. And Vernon's voice came out at the wrong register. He cleared his throat. "The snakes. As long as things are as I've described," Harry said, "the garden will go back to being a garden. The snakes will stay where they belong. Nobody will come into the house." He looked at Nagini briefly, who was utterly still. "Generally. I make no promises," Nagini communicated. Harry decided not to translate this. "You can't," Vernon began, with the rallying energy of a man reassembling his sense of authority. "You can't threaten us, you're a child, you're in our, Vernon," Harry said. Vernon stopped. "Look at the kitchen," Harry said. Vernon looked at the kitchen. At the 4 grass snakes on the tile. At the slowworm by the bin. At the smooth snake on the windowsill. At Nagini in the center of the floor, 11 feet of absolute patience and specific intelligence, watching Vernon Dursley with amber eyes that communicated nothing except complete, unhurried attention. "This is already my house," Harry said. "It's been my house for 2 months. I just haven't told you yet." He pushed back from the table and stood up. "Now I'm telling you." He carried his plate to the sink. Rinsed it. Put it on the drying rack. He turned around and the kitchen was exactly as it had been, the snakes in their positions, the Dursleys in theirs, the evening light coming gold through the open window. "I'm going to go read in the garden," he said. "If anyone wants to talk about any of this, sensibly, I'm happy to. He went to the back door. He stepped over a grass snake. He paused next to Nagini. Thank you, he said quietly. You were very calm, she said. So were you. I am always calm, she said. He went out to the garden. Behind him, through the kitchen window, he heard absolutely nothing for a very long time, the stunned silence of a house whose architecture of power has just been comprehensively revised. Then he heard Petunia get off her chair. Then he heard Vernon make a sound that had no good word for it. Then he heard Dudley, of all people, say, Dad. Just leave it. He stayed in the garden until dark. The snakes drifted back to their places by degrees, the grass snakes to the long grass, the smooth snake back through the window, the slow worm to its comfortable spot by the compost. Nagini moved back to the oak tree, settling with the familiar compressed patience of something that has done what it came to do. Harry sat in the long grass with the one who knows the warm stones beside him and the elder adder somewhere invisible and close. Is that enough? He asked, not sure who he was asking. Enough for what? The grass snake said. Enough for them to know. The grass snake was still for a moment. The large angry one is afraid, it said. The thin one is, something more complicated. The young large one is, thinking, Harry said. Dudley is thinking. Yes. That is unusual for him. I know. Harry looked at the lit windows of the house, kitchen dark now, Vernon and Petunia apparently having retreated to the living room, Dudley's bedroom light on. It's a start. He sat until the stars came out properly, the same stars that had been there every night of his life at this house and that now looked, for some reason, like a different set of stars, positioned differently relative to where he stood. Nagini, he said. She turned her head from the oak. How do you think it went? She considered the question with the seriousness she applied to everything. The large one is broken open, she communicated. The thin one is at a decision. The young one saw you clearly for the first time. A pause. The question is what they do next. What do you think they'll do? The large one will look for reinforcement, she said. He will look for something with authority. Someone who can tell him he is still in control. Harry thought about this. The ministry, he said. Hagrid mentioned them. The improper use of magic office. Possibly, Nagini said. Or he will call the one who is coming anyway. Harry looked at her. Dumbledore. Yes. Harry sat with that. He thought about the old man Mrs. Figg had described, very old, very well-meaning, very used to being in charge. He thought about what Dumbledore would find when he arrived, a suburban garden populated by 27 adders, a 12-foot snake of ambiguous origin, and a boy who had spent the summer learning to be something he hadn't known he was. He thought about whether that was a problem. He decided it wasn't. Let him come, Harry said. Nagini regarded him with her amber eyes in the dark. Yes, she said. Let him come. The garden held its quiet around them, deep and old and full of things that had been there long before the street and would be there long after, and Harry Potter sat in the middle of it all and felt, with absolute clarity, like exactly where he was supposed to be. Inside the house, at some point between 10 and 11, he heard Vernon make a phone call. He couldn't hear the words from the garden. Just the cadence, urgent, insistent, the particular rhythm of Vernon asking for help from someone he believed could provide it. Harry listened. The call lasted 6 minutes. Then the house went quiet. Harry didn't know who Vernon had called. He had a few theories. He filed it under things that will become clear and went to bed, his bed, because he'd moved his blanket and his pillow to the second bedroom that afternoon before dinner, the small spare room that was currently used for storage, and had cleared enough space to put them on the floor. Tomorrow, he thought, he'd ask about an actual mattress. He fell asleep thinking about the look on Vernon's face when Nagini came through the back door. About the look on Petunia's face when he'd said these are not requests. About the particular quality of Dudley's voice when he'd said just leave it, the flatness of it, the exhaustion in it, like someone who has been performing something for a very long time and has decided, in this one moment, to stop. He slept well. He slept the sleep of someone who has done a large thing and found it was exactly the right size. Outside, at the base of the oak tree, Nagini kept watch over the garden and everything in it, patient and vast and utterly at home, and the night moved around her like water moving around stone. Chapter 6, Letters and Consequences. Dumbledore arrived on a Sunday. Harry knew he was coming before the doorbell rang. He'd been in the garden since 8 in the morning. It was a habit now, deep-grooved and necessary, the morning check-in with the garden's inhabitants before the day properly started, and somewhere around 9 he felt a quality in the air that he'd been learning to recognize. Not the animal awareness that came when Nagini was nearby, not the particular texture of snake communication arriving from a distance. Something else. Something older and considerably larger, like the difference between a stone dropped in a pond and a stone dropped from a very great height. He was by the oak tree, sitting with Nagini, when he felt it. "Someone's coming," he said. "Yes," Nagini said. "I have been feeling it for an hour." "You didn't say anything." "You would have felt it yourself," she said. "You did." Harry looked toward the front of the house. "How far?" "The end of the street," Nagini said. "Walking." Harry stood. He brushed the grass off his jeans. He thought about whether to stay in the garden or go inside, and decided the garden was where he wanted to be when the doorbell rang, because the garden was his ground in a way the house wasn't yet and might never be. "Stay visible," he told Nagini. She looked at him. "I am always visible when I choose to be," she said. "And invisible when I choose otherwise." "Stay visible today," he said. "Please." She turned her head back to the garden. "For now," she said, which he was learning to recognize as the closest she came to agreement without negotiating. The doorbell rang at 9:17. Harry heard it from the garden. He heard Vernon's heavy footsteps in the hall, heard the front door open, heard the brief silence of someone seeing something unexpected. Then voices, Vernon's, tense and immediately deferential in a way Harry had never heard from him before, and another voice, deeper and slightly amused and speaking with the particular cadence of someone who is completely comfortable in every room they enter. The voices moved through the house. The back door opened. Albus Dumbledore came into the garden. He was very old. Harry had expected this, but old was the wrong word for what he saw, the word didn't cover the full reality of it. Old suggested wearing out, wearing down. This was something else. Something that had been old for so long that old had become a kind of quality, a density, like wood that has been under pressure for centuries and has become something harder than it started as. He had a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles over eyes that were a very pale blue-gray, and he was wearing what appeared to be, despite the August morning, robes the color of a summer sky. He was taller than Harry had expected. He came through the back door and stopped on the patio and looked at the garden, and his expression moved through several things very quickly, assessment, recognition, something that Harry read as recalibration, and then he looked at Harry. Harry looked back. They looked at each other for a moment. "Harry," Dumbledore said. He said it the way Hagrid had, with something behind it, but where Hagrid's something had been grief and warmth and the weight of knowing someone's parents, Dumbledore's was more complicated. More layered. "I am Albus Dumbledore." "I know," Harry said. "Mrs. Figg said you'd come." Something crossed Dumbledore's face. "Arabella has been a faithful correspondent," he said. There was no irritation in it, Harry noted. Just acknowledgement. "Sit down if you want," Harry said, gesturing to the garden chairs. "I'll get you something." "Tea." Dumbledore looked at the garden chairs, then at Harry. A small smile appeared. "Tea would be very welcome," he said. "Thank you." Harry went inside. He made tea, proper tea, milk and sugar on a tray, because Petunia ran a house where presentation mattered and Harry had grown up knowing how to make a proper cup without being taught, and came back out to find Dumbledore sitting in one of the white plastic chairs looking at the garden with an expression of composed attention. Nagini was fully visible at the oak tree. Not displaying, not raised, not posed. Just there, her full 11 feet of herself arranged at the base of the oak, watching Dumbledore with amber eyes. Dumbledore was watching Nagini with an expression Harry could not entirely read. Harry set the tea on the garden table and sat down in the other chair. "You've met a maledictus before," Harry said. He'd spent some of last week asking Nagini questions and then cross-referencing with what Hagrid had told him about the wizarding world, and this was one of the things he'd arrived at, though he wasn't certain he'd used the word correctly. Dumbledore looked at him. "I have," he said carefully. "Though I'm curious how you know that term." "Nagini told me some things," Harry said. "I filled in the rest." "Nagini," Dumbledore said. He looked at the snake. He was very still for a moment, with the stillness of someone processing information and finding it heavier than expected. "You are speaking to her?" "Yes." "And he paused. "She came here of her own volition." "About 2 weeks ago," Harry said. "In a storm." Dumbledore was quiet. He picked up his tea, which gave Harry a moment to watch him, to look at the face behind the spectacles, at the blue-gray eyes that were doing something more complex than their pleasant surface suggested. He was looking at the garden the way a chess player looks at a board, not seeing pieces, seeing positions. "Harry," he said. "How much do you know?" "About what specifically?" "About yourself." He met Harry's eyes. "About what happened to your parents." "About the wizarding world." "Enough," Harry said. "More than you expected, probably." Dumbledore smiled. It was a genuine smile, Harry thought, not a performance. "Yes," he said. "More than I expected." He set his tea down. "May I ask how you learned to?" He glanced at Nagini. "To speak with her?" "It started with the grass snakes," Harry said. "In the garden." "About 2 months ago." He looked at the long grass, at the familiar stillness of it. "I found I could hear them. And they could hear me. It built from there." 2 months ago, Dumbledore said. He said it quietly, as a fact being placed into a larger structure. "You were 10. I'm 11 now," Harry said. "As of last week." "I know. Happy belated birthday." He said it simply, without the elaborate apology one might expect from someone whose institutional negligence had ensured that birthday was spent in a hut on a rock. Harry noticed the simplicity and filed it, not as coldness, but as a certain kind of honesty. Dumbledore was not going to perform regret he hadn't fully worked out yet. "I want to talk to you about a few things," Harry said. "I would expect nothing less," Dumbledore said. "The Dursleys," Harry said. "Why here? Why them?" Dumbledore held his gaze steadily. "Because of the blood protection," he said. "Your mother's sacrifice created a form of ancient magic, a protection that lives as long as you can call the place where her blood lives home. Your aunt is your mother's sister. As long as you can return here, the protection holds." "Holds against what?" "Against Voldemort," Dumbledore said, using the name without hesitation, which Harry noted. It was the first time he'd heard a wizard say it with any kind of ease. "Or what remains of him. He is diminished, as you apparently know, but not gone. When he returns." "When," Harry said. "When," Dumbledore agreed, without flinching. "The protection would make it very difficult for him to reach you here." Harry thought about this. He thought about Nagini's description of the night in Godric's Hollow. He thought about what one meant and what it meant that Dumbledore said it as simply as that. "So I have to come back here," Harry said. "Every summer." "It would be ideal, yes." "And you put me here," Harry said, knowing what they were like. Dumbledore was very still. "I've been in a cupboard," Harry said. It was the first time he'd said it to anyone who wasn't a snake or Mrs. Fig. He said it without drama, just as a fact, just as information being placed in front of someone. For 10 years. Under the stairs. You put me here knowing what they were, and you left me here. I placed you here with, they knew, Harry said. They hated what I was from the beginning. You knew that when you left me. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm telling you what happened. So we're both clear on what happened. The garden was very quiet. Somewhere over the fence a bird called twice and stopped. Nagini at the oak tree had not moved. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. His expression did something complicated, not the recalibration from before, something deeper. Something that had the quality of an old man looking at a thing he did not look at easily. You are right, he said. I knew what they were, in general terms, and I chose the blood protection over your comfort. Over more than that. He paused. It was not a decision I made lightly. But the weight with which I made it does not change what it resulted in. Harry had not expected that. Not a defense, not an explanation, just agreement. He held it for a moment. All right, he said. Then going forward. Going forward, Dumbledore agreed, with something in his face that was possibly respect and possibly something rarer than that, which was the expression of someone being genuinely surprised by a child. I'll come back here in summers, Harry said. For the protection. I understand why. But things here are going to be different. He looked at the house. They already are. Yes. Dumbledore looked at the house too. Vernon called me last night. I thought he might have called someone. He was very, Dumbledore appeared to choose the word with care. Distressed. About the snakes, Harry said. About the snakes. About your behavior at dinner on Friday. About what he described as a complete breakdown of household order, I believe were his words. Dumbledore looked at Harry. He asked me to intervene. And are you? Harry said. I'm having tea, Dumbledore said. In a garden. Harry looked at him. At the half-moon spectacles and the blue-gray eyes and the immense, composed presence of him. You're not going to tell me to calm down, Harry said. To not rock the boat. To go back to how things were. No, Dumbledore said. Most adults would. I am not most adults, Dumbledore said, which was delivered without arrogance, simply as a fact of comparable weight to any other. And you are clearly not most children. He picked up his tea again. Though I will say, Nagini is a complication. Harry looked at her. She had not moved. She came here on her own, he said. I didn't summon her. I know. That's what concerns me. He looked at the snake with the particular quality of someone seeing a problem with multiple layers. She was bound to Voldemort. She has been free since his first defeat. The fact that she came to you, he paused. It suggests things about connections that I don't yet fully understand. She's told me things, Harry said. About what happened. About my parents. I know she was there, Dumbledore said quietly. I always suspected she would remember. She does, Harry said. She remembers everything. He looked at Dumbledore. She told me about my mother. About what she did. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that had gone very careful. What did she tell you? That it was a choice. That my mother chose to stay. That she made something like a wall of light. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. That is, yes. That is the essence of it. I want to understand it fully, Harry said. Properly. Not when you decide I'm old enough, fully, and soon. Because whatever Voldemort was, whatever he's going to be when he comes back, I need to understand what stopped him. Dumbledore looked at Harry over his spectacles. It was a long look, measured and genuine, the look of someone taking the full measure of something and finding the measurement unexpected. You are quite serious, Dumbledore said. I'm always serious, Harry said. Most 11-year-olds are not. I'm not most 11-year-olds. A pause. Then Dumbledore said, with the tone of someone making a genuine concession rather than a managed one, no. You are not. He folded his hands. I will tell you what I can, when I can, and I will genuinely try, to tell you more than I have historically told people in your position. Historically? Harry said. I have a tendency, Dumbledore said, with the quality of self-awareness that Harry was beginning to understand was one of the more unusual things about this man, to manage information. To dole it out in what I consider appropriate quantities. He paused. I am aware that this tendency has not always served people well. It didn't serve me at all, Harry said. For 10 years. No, Dumbledore said. It didn't. He met Harry's eyes. I am sorry for that, Harry. Genuinely. Harry held this. He thought about Nagini's words, fear is a chain. You should not begin life in a chain. He thought about what holding on to resentment was and what letting it calcify would do to him. All right, he said. Then going forward we tell each other things. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Deal? Something happened in Dumbledore's face. Not just the smile, something underneath it, some quality of genuine surprise and genuine warmth that Harry thought was probably what Dumbledore looked like when he was not performing anything at all. Deal, Dumbledore said. They spent another hour in the garden. Dumbledore asked about the Parseltongue, not with alarm, with genuine academic curiosity, the way someone who has spent a very long time studying magical phenomena approaches a new data point. He asked how it felt, how it began, how far it extended. Harry told him plainly, including about the network across Privet Drive, including about the maternity hollow and the 3 locations and the coordinated event on Friday evening. Dumbledore listened to all of this without interrupting. You organized them, he said, when Harry finished. Not exactly, Harry said. I asked them. They decided. The distinction matters to you. Yes, Harry said. They're not tools. Dumbledore looked at him. No, he said. They're not. A pause. Most Parselmouths in recorded history have treated them as tools. As extensions of their own will. That seems like a waste, Harry said. They think. They have opinions. The adder that's been here longest knows things about this garden that I'll never know. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Tom Riddle, Voldemort, was a Parselmouth, he said. He said it carefully, watching Harry. I know, Harry said. Nagini told me he was the last one she knew. He used the gift as power over others, Dumbledore said. As authority. As fear. I know, Harry said again. That's not what I'm doing. I know it isn't, Dumbledore said. I can see that from how they are with you. He looked at Nagini, who had not moved in an hour and was paying the conversation the same unwavering attention she paid everything. And from how she is. She's not mine, Harry said. She made that clear. No, Dumbledore said. But she chooses to be here. With you. He looked at Harry with the blue-gray eyes very clear and direct. That is not a small thing. Dumbledore went inside to speak with Vernon. Harry stayed in the garden. He didn't want to hear that conversation, he didn't need to, and there was something uncomfortable about listening to an adult manage another adult on his behalf, like being a problem being solved rather than a person. He sat with Nagini instead. How do you think it went? He asked, for the second time in 3 days. He is careful, she said. He thinks in long lines. Longer than most. Is that good? It is neither good nor bad. It depends on whether the long line goes where it should go. She paused. He is afraid of you. Harry looked at her. Afraid? Not as the Dursleys are afraid. They are afraid of what you can do. He is afraid of what you might become. She held his gaze. He has seen a Parselmouth before. He knows what one became. Harry thought about that. About being looked at through the lens of Voldemort's history, his own gift read as potential trajectory. That's not fair, he said. No, Nagini agreed. But it is human. A pause. He will not act on it. He is a good man in that specific way, he knows the difference between fear and evidence. He's still cataloging me, Harry said. Working out what I am. Yes. As you are cataloging him. That's different. He's not going to let what he decides define how he treats me. I hope not, Nagini said. But watch him. Good men with great power and genuine good intentions. She stopped, and the communication that came through was long and complex and carried the particular weight of something learned over years, over close observation, over the experience of a creature who had watched a man with great power and genuine intentions become something catastrophic. They require watching. I know, Harry said. I will. The back door opened and Dumbledore came back into the garden. He looked, not shaken, but revised, somehow. The composed quality was intact but the composition had changed, the way a piece of music changes when a key shifts. He came and stood in the garden and looked at Harry. I've spoken with your uncle, he said. And? He is, a pause. He has agreed to certain conditions. A proper bedroom. Appropriate treatment at meals. No more, physical restrictions. He said this last part with the careful precision of someone managing what the word restrictions was standing in for. The cupboard, Harry said. Yes. Dumbledore held his gaze. He has agreed. Does he have a choice? Dumbledore looked at him. A long look. Everyone has a choice, Harry. Was this his idea or yours? It was, communicated as his, Dumbledore said carefully. With appropriate context. Harry thought about what that meant. About what Dumbledore communicated as Vernon's idea in that kitchen, with Vernon, who had been staring at Nagini through the kitchen window for the last hour. Good enough, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. He looked at the garden, one last comprehensive look, taking it all in. The long grass, the shed, the hollow hiding oak, Nagini at its base. The snakes distributed through the flower beds and the bramble, invisible but present, the whole living network of it. The ministry, Dumbledore said. I should tell you, there will be interest. From the improper use of magic office. What happened here on Friday will have registered on monitoring equipment. But I didn't use any magic, Harry said. I just talked. The snakes did the rest. Yes. Dumbledore's expression was carefully neutral in a way that suggested he found this genuinely interesting. Which is why I believe the readings were inconclusive. Parseltongue is a magical gift but its exercise doesn't register in the conventional way. He paused. You appear to have created a significant magical disturbance through entirely mundane means. Through talking, Harry said. Through talking, Dumbledore agreed. Which is considerably more alarming to certain parties than a straightforward magical incident would be. Because they can't trace it, Harry said. Because they can't trace it, Dumbledore confirmed. And because the implications, a child who can coordinate this kind of response through communication alone, he stopped. Let us say that I have already had a call from Cornelius Fudge this morning, and it was a call I had anticipated. What did he want? Answers, Dumbledore said. Which I provided in the quantity I considered appropriate. Harry looked at him. You managed the information. The corners of Dumbledore's mouth moved. Old habits, he said. What does Fudge want to do? Fudge wants to do very little, Dumbledore said. Cornelius Fudge's primary interest is maintaining the impression that things are manageable. You are not, currently, a manageable impression. He folded his hands. I have persuaded him that the best course of action is to allow you to go to Hogwarts in September, where things can be monitored. Monitored, Harry said. His word, Dumbledore said. Not mine. And what's your word? Dumbledore looked at him with the blue-gray eyes very direct. Guided, he said. If you'll allow it. Harry thought about that. About the distinction between monitored and guided, about what it meant from a man who was used to being in control of things, and about the honesty of the offer, that it was an offer, conditional on Harry's permission. I'll allow guidance, Harry said. From someone who tells me things. I will try, Dumbledore said. I can promise trying. That's a start, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled, the genuine one, the underneath one. You said that earlier. I mean it both times, Harry said. He walked Dumbledore to the front gate. This felt odd, a boy walking an ancient and impossibly powerful man to the gate of a suburban house, but Dumbledore moved through the house with the natural ease of someone for whom odd situations are a general condition, and he said goodbye to Petunia in the hall with a courtesy that made Petunia's spine go very straight and her chin lift in the way of someone who has decided to receive courtesy with dignity regardless of the circumstances. At the gate, Dumbledore stopped. He reached into his robes and produced an envelope, which he handed to Harry. Your reading list, he said. For the year. Hagrid will take you to Diagon Alley for your supplies. He's looking forward to it, he was very taken with you, on the rock. I liked him, Harry said honestly. Good. Dumbledore paused. I want to say something, Harry, and I'd like you to hear it properly. Harry waited. What you have done here this summer, Dumbledore said, is remarkable. Not the snakes specifically, the thinking. The patience. The way you approached something unfamiliar and made it yours. He looked at Harry over his spectacles. You are going to be remarkable. I believe that. And I also, he paused. I also want you to know that remarkable is allowed to include mistakes. It is allowed to include asking for help. It is allowed to not be alone. Harry looked at him. Are you saying that to make me feel better? I'm saying it because it's true, Dumbledore said. And because I have known many remarkable people who confused being remarkable with being alone, and they were diminished by it. A pause. I don't want that for you. Harry thought about the grass snake's first question, why do you stay? About what it meant to have allies, real ones, ones that knew what you were and showed up anyway. I don't want it for me either, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. Then we are agreed on the important things, he said. The rest is details. He turned to leave. Then stopped. Looked back at Harry. The snake, he said. Nagini. I won't pretend I'm entirely comfortable with her presence here. I know, Harry said. She was bound to Tom Riddle for decades. What that did to her connection, her nature, it's not something easily untangled. She's free now, Harry said. Is she? Harry held his gaze. She came here on her own. She chooses every day to be here. She's told me things she didn't have to tell me and warned me about things she didn't have to warn me about. He paused. She's free. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. Keep watching, he said. Not because I doubt you. Because she has a complicated history and complicated histories don't always announce their complications in advance. I'll watch, Harry said. I watch everything. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, he said. I noticed. He turned and walked down Privet Drive, silver-bearded and robed and completely unhurried, and two curtains twitched in neighboring windows as he passed, because Privet Drive noticed things. Harry stood at the gate and watched him go. Dudley found him in the garden at lunchtime. Harry was on the flagstone, the one who knows the warm stones having vacated it for the occasion, which Harry appreciated, reading through the Hogwarts reading list. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. A History of Magic. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. The list went on. He was making notes in the margin of a school notebook with a biro, which was probably not the intended relationship to the material but worked for him. Dudley came out of the back door and stood on the patio and looked at Harry and then at the garden generally, specifically at the long grass, specifically at the absence of obvious snakes. "They gone?" Dudley said. "No," Harry said. "Just not out." Dudley came and sat on the garden wall, which was as close to the long grass as he apparently felt comfortable being. He picked up a stone and turned it over in his hands. "That man," Dudley said. "The one who was here this morning." "Dumbledore," Harry said. "He talked to Dad for a long time." "I know. Dad was," Dudley turned the stone over. "I've never seen Dad like that. He was quiet the whole time." He looked at Harry. "What did that man say to him?" "I don't know exactly," Harry said. "Probably just explained the situation." "What is the situation?" Harry looked at his cousin. Dudley was 11, same as Harry, the same age they'd always been, born a month apart, Petunia had once said in his hearing before stopping herself. He was sitting on the garden wall turning a stone over, looking at Harry with the asking quality that Harry had first seen in the bathroom, the one that was different from the Dudley he usually got. "The situation," Harry said, "is that I'm a wizard. Or I'm going to school for it. And the snakes," he looked at the long grass. "I can talk to them. They understand me and I understand them. It's called Parseltongue." Dudley held this. "Since when?" "A few months ago. It sort of switched on. Like a light," Dudley said. Harry thought about Nagini's exact description. "Something like that," he said. Dudley turned the stone over one more time and then put it down carefully on the wall. "I'm not going to tell anyone," he said. "About the talking. About any of it." "You've already been not telling people," Harry said. "I know." A pause. "I told Piers there was nothing in the garden because," he stopped. Seemed to be working out why he'd done it even as he said it. "Because it was yours. It felt like yours." He looked at Harry with a directness that was very un-Dudley. "Is that right?" "Yeah," Harry said. "It's mine." Dudley nodded slowly. "Right," he said. He sat on the wall for another minute. Then, "Is Hogwarts good?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. "I think so." "What's it like?" Harry thought about what Nagini had communicated, very old and very alive. About Hagrid's face when he talked about it, which had the particular quality of someone talking about a home they carry everywhere. "Like nothing here," Harry said. "In a good way." Dudley nodded. He looked at the garden. "Will you," he started, stopped. "Will you come back? After?" Harry looked at him. Really looked at him, at the cousin who had kicked his ankle under the table and broken his toys and tormented him for 11 years, who was sitting on a garden wall asking if he'd come back. "Yes," Harry said. "For summers. The blood protection." "The what?" "There's magic that keeps me safe as long as I can call this place home," Harry said. "My mum made it. I have to come back for it to work." Dudley turned this over. "Your mum," he said quietly. "My mum's sister." "Yes." Dudley was quiet. "Then, my mum never talks about her." "I know." "Is that because," he paused. "Because of what happened?" "Partly," Harry said. "And partly because of what she was. What we are." Another long quiet. A warm, hazy Sunday afternoon with the garden ticking in the heat. Somewhere a lawnmower started up. "I'm sorry," Dudley said. "For all of it. Everything." Harry looked at him. "Okay," he said. He said it simply, not because he'd forgiven everything or because he thought the last 11 years were resolved, but because it was the right first word. Dudley seemed to understand the specific weight of okay in this context. He nodded. "Don't be mean to me when your friends are here," Harry said. "That's all I want." "In terms of ongoing." "Yeah," Dudley said. "Yeah, okay." They sat in the garden together, not talking, for a little while, the boy who was going to be a wizard and the boy who was going to be something else, something not yet determined, sitting in a garden full of snakes on a Sunday afternoon, and it was not comfortable exactly, but it was something neither of them had managed before, which was being in the same space without the usual architecture of cruelty between them. That evening, Petunia knocked on the door of the small spare room. Harry was in there, on the floor still, but it was a better floor than the cupboard floor, and he'd pulled the storage boxes to one side and made space. He was reading the first chapter of A History of Magic by the light of the bedside lamp that Petunia had, without comment, moved from the spare storage shelf to the floor next to his blanket. She knocked. He said, "Come in." She came in and stood in the doorway, looking at the room, at Harry on the floor with the lamp and the book. She was holding something. "This was your mother's," she said. Her voice had the specific careful flatness of someone saying a thing that costs them. When she went to school. Her first year. She crossed the room and held it out. It was a small hardback, well-worn, with Lily Evans written inside the front cover in the rounded handwriting of an 11-year-old girl. Hogwarts, A History. One of the books on Harry's reading list. Harry took it carefully. "You don't have to buy it," Petunia said. She stopped. "Since you already have one." Harry looked at his mother's handwriting on the inside cover. Lily Evans. Not Potter yet, Evans, 11 years old, just starting. "Thank you," he said. Petunia was in the doorway still, her hand on the frame, not quite leaving. She loved it, Petunia said. Not looking at Harry, looking at the wall above his head, at nothing in particular. "The school. She wrote me letters every week the first term." A pause. "Every week." Harry held the book carefully and didn't say anything, because sometimes silence was the right thing. "I was jealous," Petunia said. Flat. Direct. Without apparent expectation of absolution. "I was very jealous of her. I wrote to the school, to ask if I could come, and they said no, and she stopped. And I was very unkind about it, after. For a long time." Harry looked at her. At his mother's sister, thin and contained and standing in the doorway of a room she'd been using for storage, in the house she'd kept immaculate for 30 years as if tidiness were a moral quality. "She forgave you," Harry said. He didn't know this for certain. But he knew the quality of someone who would. Petunia looked at him then. More actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 7, The last night the ministry owl arrived on a Wednesday. It was large and official looking, the kind of bird that communicated bureaucratic authority purely through posture, and it dropped a letter onto the kitchen table while Harry was eating breakfast with a precision that suggested it had been briefed on exactly which chair to aim for. Harry picked it up before Vernon could reach it. Vernon made a sound. "It's addressed to me," Harry said. He opened it. It was from the office of Mafalda Hopkirk, Improper Use of Magic Division, and it was written in the particular register of official correspondence that uses very formal language to deliver what is essentially a threat. It informed Mr. H. Potter of Privet Drive that the ministry had detected unusual magical activity in the vicinity of his residence over recent weeks, that while the nature of the activity had not been conclusively categorized, the ministry wished to remind Mr. Potter that the use of magic outside of school by underage witches and wizards was a violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, and that a formal assessment would be conducted at his address on Friday the 28th of August by Senior Under Secretary Dolores Umbridge. Harry read it twice. He turned it over, checked the back, found nothing. "What does it say?" Vernon said. Harry set the letter on the table. He ate a spoonful of cereal. He thought about Friday. "Someone from the Ministry of Magic is coming on Friday," he said. to assess the magical activity around the house. Vernon went very still in the way of someone who has been waiting for a consequence to arrive and is now watching it come through the door. They think you did magic, Vernon said. They're not sure what I did, Harry said. That's the point. They can't categorize it. But you didn't. I didn't use magic, Harry said. I talked to snakes. That's not the same thing. He looked at Vernon directly. Which means their case is fairly thin. But they're coming anyway, because someone with authority wants to know what's happening here. Vernon looked at the letter with an expression that cycled through several things before landing on something Harry recognized, the particular quality of a man who has been outmaneuvered and is trying to work out how to make it someone else's problem. He'd been doing this more often lately, the recalculation, the looking for angles. It had replaced the flat domineering certainty he'd always operated with, and Harry found the replacement significantly more manageable. You should call Dumbledore, Harry said. I beg your pardon. Call Dumbledore, Harry said. Tell him the ministry is sending someone on Friday. He'll want to know. He went back to his cereal. He gave you a number. Vernon stared at him. Unless you'd rather handle it yourself, Harry said pleasantly. Vernon called Dumbledore. The week moved toward Friday with a quality that Harry recognized from the summer, the feeling of things converging, of a situation that had been spreading outward for months now pulling back inward toward a single point. He'd felt it before the dinner incident. He felt it now, larger. He spent Wednesday and Thursday in the garden, talking. Not planning exactly, he'd done the planning, such as it was. More like calibrating. Sitting with the adders and the grass snakes and Nagini and letting the conversations move where they moved, finding out what he knew and what he didn't, closing the gaps. Nagini was the most direct about Friday. This woman, she communicated, when Harry described Umbridge. She comes with authority. Ministry authority, Harry said. She's a senior undersecretary. What does she want? To establish what's been happening. Probably to establish that I've been doing illegal magic, which would mean I couldn't go to Hogwarts. He looked at Nagini. Or something like that. I don't think the goal is really about the magic specifically. What is the goal? Control, Harry said. Someone in the ministry wants this, wants me, contained. Categorized. Understood before I arrive somewhere they can't watch me as easily. Nagini was still. A familiar dynamic, she communicated. She didn't elaborate but the quality of what she communicated alongside the words was clear enough. She had watched men with authority try to contain things they didn't understand before. She knew how it went. I'm not going to hide anything, Harry said. No, Nagini agreed. But you should decide what you show and in what order. Harry thought about this. Dumbledore said the same thing, basically. About managing information. It is not the same thing, Nagini said, with a sharpness that was unusual for her. Dumbledore manages information to maintain his position. You would be choosing what to show in order to make a point clearly. A pause. There is a difference between controlling a narrative and telling a truth strategically. What's the strategic truth here? Harry asked. She looked at him. That you have done nothing wrong, she said. And that attempting to punish you for nothing wrong will have consequences that the ministry has not accounted for. Harry sat with this. He thought about the garden. About everything in it. About what Friday would look like if he simply let it be what it was, let a ministry official walk into a garden that had been alive in its own way for the entirety of August, with Nagini at the oak and the network distributed through the hedges and the hollow full of new life, and let her try to find something to charge him with. He started to smile. I'm not going to do anything, he said. On Friday. I'm just going to be in the garden. Nagini regarded him. Yes, she said, with the quality that was definitely amusement. That should be sufficient. The new adders were born on Thursday. Harry found out the way he found out most things about the Hollow, the eldest adder came to him in the early morning, and communicated not in words but in a quality of event, something that had the texture of completion and continuation at once. He went to the hollow and pushed back the ivy and looked in. There were 23 adders in the hollow now. Some of them were very small. Perfectly formed, the zigzag already present, the eyes already the distinctive copper gold. They were newborn and they moved with the particular quality of things that are new to movement, slightly provisional about it, as if still working out the mechanics. Harry crouched at the edge of the hollow and looked at them for a long time. The eldest adder was at his shoulder. "How many?" Harry asked. 6, it communicated. "This year. All healthy." "All healthy." Harry looked at the 6 new adders in the hollow that had existed under an oak tree in a Surrey garden for as long as anyone had kept track. He thought about the pest control man who'd come in July with his camera and his pole and his clipboard, who would have found this and cleared it without a second thought. He thought about what it meant that they were here. "The hollow is safe," he said. "Not to the adder specifically, to the hollow, to the new ones in it. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens after, the hollow is safe. That's the first thing." The eldest adder was still for a moment. "Yes," it said. Harry replaced the ivy. He went back to the garden and sat in the morning sun for a long time, thinking about beginnings. Dolores Umbridge arrived at 10 on Friday morning. Harry was in the garden when her car pulled up. He heard it and didn't move. He'd been sitting with Nagini since 8, in a comfortable quiet, and he didn't see any reason to interrupt it. Petunia answered the door. Harry could hear the conversation faintly from the garden, something about coming through. Yes, the boy was in the garden. Please don't. The back door opened. Harry looked up. Dolores Umbridge was short, pink, and wore a cardigan that had a bow at the collar and cats on it, which were embroidered and numerous and suggested a person who had decided, at some point, that cats on cardigans were the appropriate visual presentation for someone with serious authority. She had a clipboard under one arm and a small box of monitoring equipment under the other, and she came into the garden with the specific quality of an official on premises, a person accustomed to walking into spaces and having the spaces respond to her presence. The garden did respond to her presence. Just not in the way she expected. She stopped 4 feet onto the patio. She had seen Nagini. Everyone always saw Nagini. The question was what happened next. What happened with Umbridge was a rapid and visible reassessment. The clipboard shifted, the monitoring equipment shifted, her chin came up and her expression reassembled itself into something that was performing composure quite actively. She was not running. She was not screaming. She was doing the specific thing of someone who has decided their professional dignity does not permit screaming and is paying the cost of that decision in real time. "Mr. Potter," she said. Her voice had a sweet, girlish quality that didn't match anything else about her. "I'm here from the Ministry of Magic." "I know," Harry said. "Come and sit down." He said this from the garden chair, which he was occupying with the ease of someone in their own space. He gestured to the other garden chair. It was positioned, as it had been for Dumbledore, facing the garden, facing the oak and Nagini and the long grass and all of it. Umbridge walked to the garden chair with the measured steps of someone watching the ground. She sat down. She put the clipboard on the garden table. She looked at the garden, the full sweep of it, the long grass and the shed and the compost and the bramble and the oak and the 11 feet of snake at its base. She looked at Harry. "I assume you know why I'm here," she said. "The decree for reasonable restriction of underage sorcery," Harry said. "You think I've been doing magic?" "The Ministry has detected unusual activity," Harry said. "Yes, I read the letter." "What specifically did you detect?" She looked at him. She was recalibrating. Harry could see it. She'd come expecting a bewildered child, or a frightened one, or at minimum a deferential one, and she was finding none of these things, and it was putting her slightly off her prepared material. "Several instances of what appeared to be magical disturbance," she said. "In the vicinity of this property. Over the course of approximately 6 weeks," Harry said. Yes. I know when it started. He looked at her steadily. I haven't used magic. Not once. I don't know how. I haven't been taught yet. The disturbances were snakes, Harry said simply. Umbridge looked at the garden. At Nagini. That, she stopped. Her name is Nagini, Harry said. She arrived about 3 weeks ago. She lives in the garden. She's not, Umbridge consulted her clipboard, as if the clipboard might contain a category for this. She's not native wildlife. No, Harry said. She's not. Where did she come from? She came here on her own, Harry said. I didn't summon her. I didn't do anything to bring her here. She arrived and she stayed. He paused. Is there a law against having a large snake in your garden? Umbridge looked at her clipboard. She looked at the monitoring equipment in its box, which she hadn't opened yet. She looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, she said, with the sweet voice working harder now. I'm going to be very honest with you. Please, Harry said. There are people in the ministry who are concerned about the situation here. A child with your particular history, developing abilities at an unusual pace, in an uncontrolled environment. She smiled, and it was the smile of someone who has decided that being pleasant about something makes it a pleasant thing. We simply want to ensure that everything is properly managed. Managed, Harry said. He looked at the garden. He thought about what Nagini had said, a familiar dynamic. Guided, Umbridge said, making the same substitution Dumbledore had made, though with a different feeling behind it. Helped. By the ministry, Harry said. By the appropriate authorities, yes. Harry was quiet for a moment. He looked at the clipboard and the monitoring box and the cats on the cardigan and the smile that didn't reach anywhere near her eyes. Can I ask you something? He said. Of course, she said. What would managing me look like, he said. Specifically. She adjusted the clipboard. Simply ensuring that any gifts, any abilities, are developed within the appropriate framework. Within Hogwarts, for instance, rather than, she gestured at the garden. Rather than outside of it. I'm going to Hogwarts, Harry said. In September. Dumbledore has arranged it. Yes. Something moved in her face. Professor Dumbledore has been very involved. We simply feel that some additional oversight, who's we? Harry said. She stopped. You said we, Harry said. Several times. We want to ensure, we feel. Who is we specifically? Her smile held, but something behind it had changed. The ministry acts as a body, she said. Or the ministry acts as cover for a specific interest, Harry said pleasantly. He looked at her steadily. Which is fine. People have interests. I'm just curious whose interest this is specifically. Umbridge looked at him with an expression that was trying to stay pleasant and was finding it work. She was looking at an 11-year-old boy who was sitting in a garden chair in front of a 12-foot snake asking her to identify who had sent her, and she was not, Harry could see this clearly, she was not prepared for this. I represent the ministry, she said firmly. All right, Harry said. He looked at the garden. Then let's talk about what you found. The monitoring equipment, have you run it? She opened the box. She took out a small device that looked like a compass with extra components and held it up. It turned once. Then again. She looked at the reading on it with the expression of someone whose expectations are not being met. Well, she said. What does it say? Harry asked. She tapped it. It's detecting ambient magical resonance, but the source isn't, she tapped it again. It's not reading as wand magic. Because there's no wand magic, Harry said. There's Parseltongue, which is a hereditary gift, not a learned skill. And there's a garden full of snakes who live here. She looked up from the device. Parseltongue, she said, and said it the way people said words they know the weight of. Yes, Harry said. You're a Parselmouth. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Something had shifted in her, and Harry watched it shift, the pleasant professional performance cracking slightly at the edges, showing something underneath that was less pleasant and more genuinely alarmed. Not afraid of Harry, specifically, afraid of what Harry being a Parselmouth meant, of what it suggested, of the conversations she was going to have at the ministry when she reported back. That's an unusual ability, she said. Yes, Harry said. It's associated with, she stopped. With Salazar Slytherin, Harry said. And with Voldemort. Yes. He said both names without difficulty and watched her flinch at the second. I know that. I know what it looks like and what people think it means. He held her gaze. What it means is that I can talk to snakes. That's all it means. The ministry will need to, the ministry can note it in my file, Harry said. The way they'd note any other hereditary magical trait. He paused. If the ministry wants to take any action beyond that, they should speak to Dumbledore. He's my guardian in the magical world. He's the headmaster of, my guardian, Harry said. Specifically. He'll be expecting to hear from you. She looked at him. She was very still, the clipboard on the table, the device in her hand. She was a woman who had come to do a specific thing and was finding that the specific thing had already been, not thwarted, exactly, but restructured, moved to different ground, addressed on terms that were not her terms. I'll need to ask you some questions, she said, regrouping. All right, Harry said. She asked her questions. He answered them, clearly, directly, without elaborating beyond what she asked. Yes, he had been in the garden frequently this summer. Yes, he had spoken to the snakes. No, he had not directed them to enter the house, they had done that on their own initiative. Yes, he was aware that the snake at the oak tree was unusually large. No, he didn't know where she'd come from before arriving here. This last answer was not entirely true. But it was defensible, and he'd decided before the conversation started that defensible was the bar he was operating to. She made notes. She ran her device. She got inconclusive readings, which she noted with the expression of someone whose report is not going to be what their department wanted. And the entire time, Nagini watched her from the oak tree. What broke the composure was Nagini moving. She'd been still for the entire conversation, which was 40 minutes, and then, with no particular provocation, simply as a decision, the way Nagini made most decisions, she uncoiled and moved. Not toward Umbridge. Just moved, resettling, a shift of position that involved the full display of her length and mass, the unhurried powerful flow of something very large deciding to go from here to there. Umbridge stood up. She didn't scream. Harry gave her credit for that. But she stood up from the garden chair and took 3 rapid steps backward and her clipboard fell on the patio and she looked at Nagini with an expression that had abandoned the professional entirely and arrived somewhere much more honest. Mr. Potter, she said, and her voice was not sweet anymore. She's just moving, Harry said. She does that. Nagini reached the corner of the garden, turned, and settled in the new position. She raised her head to roughly the height of the garden wall. She looked at Umbridge. Umbridge looked back, the way people look at very large snakes, specifically, in the way of someone who has understood for the first time that they are sharing a confined space with something that could make a definitive choice about them if it chose to. I think, Harry said, you've got what you came for. In terms of evidence. She looked at him. There's no illegal magic, Harry said. There's a Parselmouth with snakes in his garden. That's not a violation of anything. She picked up her clipboard from the patio. She put the device back in its box. She did all of this with careful, deliberate movements, the movements of someone reconstructing their professional bearing piece by piece. I'll be filing my report with the ministry, she said. Of course, Harry said. There will likely be follow-up. Contact Dumbledore, Harry said. for any follow-up. She looked at him one more time. He met her eyes. She had a particular expression. It was not hatred, not yet, but it was the look of someone cataloging a thing they intend to revisit. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she said. "Good morning," Harry said. She went through the back door. He heard her brief conversation with Petunia in the hall, heard the front door, heard her car. He let out a long slow breath. "That one is dangerous," Nagini communicated from the corner. "I know," Harry said. "Not today. But eventually. Watch her." "I will." He looked at the garden. "Are you all right? Moving on purpose like that, it was useful," she said. "And also I wanted a different position. The two are not mutually exclusive." Harry laughed, sudden and genuine. The evening started quietly and then stopped being quiet at around 7. Vernon came home from work in a specific state, not the usual end-of-week deflation, something more wound up, more deliberate. He'd stopped somewhere on the way home, Harry thought, or made calls from the car. He came in and went directly to his study without stopping in the kitchen, which was not his usual pattern. Harry was upstairs, in the small bedroom, reading his mother's copy of Hogwarts, a history, when he heard Vernon on the phone. Not the words, the cadence. The specific quality of a call being made with purpose, not received. He went downstairs. Petunia was in the kitchen making dinner with the focused concentration of someone who has decided that focusing on dinner is the safest available option. Dudley was at the kitchen table, also doing the thing of concentrating very hard on his food, which in Dudley's case was a bag of crisps. "What's happening?" Harry said. Petunia didn't look at him. "Your uncle is making a call." "To who?" She stopped chopping. "He's spoken to someone at the ministry." "Someone who has," she stopped again. "Someone who has authority over Dumbledore," Harry said. Petunia's jaw tightened. Harry sat down at the kitchen table. He thought about Umbridge's visit, about the monitoring equipment, about the report she was going to file. He thought about someone at the ministry, about the interests Umbridge had been representing, about the we she'd been careful not to specify. He thought about Dumbledore and his warning, there will be interest, from the improper use of magic office. And underneath that, Dumbledore knowing about Cornelius Fudge, about the ministry wanting things managed. The picture that assembled from those pieces was clear enough. Someone in the ministry had given Vernon a lever. Vernon came out of his study at 7:30. He was doing the thing Harry had been watching all summer, the reassembled authority, the recollected certainty. But it was different now. There was something behind it tonight, a confidence that wasn't Vernon's native kind, that had been put there by someone else, borrowed from an external source. "Sit down, boy," Vernon said. Harry was already sitting. Vernon stood in the kitchen doorway. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has been told he has the right to look that way. "The Ministry of Magic," he said, "has the authority to restrict and control the magical activities of underage witches and wizards. Including the use of gifts." He said the word like it was something distasteful. "Including Parseltongue." "That's not established law," Harry said. "I have been told." "By who?" Harry said. "Specifically." "Who told you that?" "By someone with considerably more authority in this area than you," Vernon said. "Name them," Harry said. Vernon's face went red. "You don't get to make demands, I'm asking for a name," Harry said. "That's not a demand. If someone in the ministry is going to take action against me, I need to know who and under what authority." "That's reasonable." He held Vernon's gaze. "Unless the person who called you doesn't want to be named." Vernon's jaw worked. He had been given information, Harry could see, a legal-sounding framework, probably from whoever at the ministry was interested in containing Harry before September, probably dressed up in enough official language to sound like settled fact. And he believed it, because Vernon wanted very badly to believe that there was a system that could put Harry back in a manageable position, and he'd take whatever tool was offered that pointed in that direction. "Sit down, Vernon," Petunia said from the counter. Her voice was quiet. "Petunia, sit down." She wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the window, at the garden, at the dusk outside. "Just, sit down." Vernon sat down, with the quality of someone who hadn't meant to but found themselves doing it. The kitchen was quiet. Dudley had stopped eating his crisps. He was looking between Vernon and Harry with the expression he'd been wearing for the last several weeks, the one where he was paying more attention than anyone expected. "Harry," Petunia said. She was still looking at the window. "Do you know what's going to happen? At Hogwarts. Do you know what you're going to face?" "Some of it," Harry said. "He's coming back," she said. Flat, factual, 3 words she'd spent 10 years not saying. "Isn't he?" Eventually, Harry said. "Yes." Vernon made a sound. "And you," she stopped. She was doing the thing she'd been doing since the conversation in the bedroom, Harry thought, trying to say something real, trying to find the gap in the wall she'd built. "You're going to have to face that." "Yes," Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. "Your mother," she stopped. "Your mother walked into things she knew were going to hurt her, and another stop." She didn't flinch. "I know," Harry said. "I know you know," Petunia said, and her voice was strange, strained, the voice of someone saying something they'd planned not to say for a decade. "I know you're going to, I know." She finally turned to look at him, and her face had the thing in it again, the gray-green of his mother's eyes and the complicated grief underneath everything else. She didn't finish it. "I'll be all right," Harry said. He said it not because he was certain of it but because it was what she needed and because he believed the spirit of it even if not every particular. Petunia turned back to the window. Vernon looked at his wife, at Harry, at the table in front of him. Something went out of him, the borrowed authority, the telephone confidence. He sat in his kitchen chair and looked like what he actually was, a large, frightened, ordinary man who had been in over his head from the moment a baby was left on his doorstep 11 years ago. "The Ministry can't restrict Parseltongue," Harry said, to the room. Not aggressively, just clearly, putting it down as a fact. "It's hereditary. It's not a skill or a learned ability, it's part of what I am. They can no more restrict it than they could restrict the color of someone's eyes." He paused. "Whoever told you otherwise was working from a desired conclusion backward." Vernon didn't argue. "I'm going to Hogwarts in September," Harry said. "I'm coming back next summer, and the summer after, and however many summers after that it needs to be, because of the blood protection. And when I'm here, things are going to be as I described." He looked at Vernon steadily. "Those terms aren't changing." Vernon looked at his plate. "Okay," Dudley said. He set it to his crisp bag. "Yeah. Okay." Vernon looked at Dudley. Dudley looked back at him, not quite a challenge, something else. Something that had the quality of, "I've seen what Harry is, and I've seen what we are, and I know which one I'd rather be associated with." "Fine," Vernon said finally. The word came out like something being put down that he'd been carrying for a very long time. Not agreement exactly. Not acceptance. But the specific exhausted silence of someone who has run out of fight for the evening and isn't sure they're going to pick it back up. Harry stood. He took his plate to the sink. He went out to the garden. It was a clear night. The kind that came at the end of August when summer was giving notice, still warm, but with something new at the edge of it, a freshness that promised autumn was out there somewhere waiting. He went to the oak tree and sat down beside Nagini. She looked at him. "It is done," she communicated. "Is it?" Harry said. "Vernon might still, the large one is finished fighting," Nagini said. "Not forever. But for now." A pause. The thin one has chosen a side. Harry thought about Petunia at the window. "About your mother didn't flinch." She chose something, he said. I'm not sure it's a side. It is enough, Nagini said. Harry looked at the garden in the dark. The oak above them, the ivy, the hollow with its 23 adders, the 6 new ones asleep now, probably, curled among the older ones. The long grass and the shed and the bramble with the gap behind it where the young adders had their warm rock. The whole living complicated network of it, the thing he'd built and been given and protected over the course of a single summer. The one who knows the warm stones appeared on the grass beside him. Then the smooth snake, from somewhere near the fence. Then 2 of the garden grass snakes, one after the other. Then the eldest adder. It came from the long grass and settled beside the oak, and looked at Harry with its copper-gold eyes, and said nothing, and didn't need to. Thank you, Harry said, to all of them, to the garden. All of you. For this whole summer. The grass snake communicated something quick and warm. The smooth snake was still, attentive. The eldest adder regarded him with the patient assessment of something very old. You protected the hollow, the adder said. You drove away the ones who would have poisoned the young. You kept the garden as it was. A pause. It is we who should thank you. I needed you more than you needed me, Harry said honestly. That is the nature of alliance, the adder said. Each side needs the other for different things. The balance is what makes it work. Harry thought about this. About balance. About what he was going to carry into Hogwarts and what he was going to leave here. I'm leaving in 2 weeks, he said. I'll come back at Christmas, probably. Definitely next summer. We will be here, the adder said. The hollow will be all right. The hollow has been here for 30 years, the adder said. It will be here for 30 more. The large angry one will not go near the shed now. The garden is different than it was. Yes, Harry said. It is. He looked at the house. At the lights in the kitchen going off, at the bedroom light upstairs, petunias, the last one usually. At the small room where he'd been sleeping for 2 weeks, that had a lamp now and his mother's books and a blanket that was better than the one in the cupboard. Not much. But different. Nagini, he said. She looked at him. What are you going to do? When I go. She was still for a long moment. I will stay for a while, she communicated. The garden is adequate. And after? There are things I want to see, she said. Places. I have been moving for 9 years without particular direction. Perhaps now I will move with more. A pause. I may come north in the spring. To see the school. You can't exactly walk through the front gate, Harry said. I have never used front gates, she said. Harry smiled. He sat with his back against the oak and Nagini coiled beside him and the garden full of its night sounds, the August insects and the distant rumble of a train and somewhere a fox calling, and he thought about September. He thought about the train and the castle. About Hagrid's face when he talked about Hogwarts. About his mother's handwriting. I think this is going to change everything. He thought about Voldemort in the East, diminished but persistent. About what one meant and what preparation looked like. About Dumbledore and his long lines and his managed information and his genuine, complicated concern. He thought about all of it, the whole vast complicated world that was waiting, and found that he was not afraid. Not because the world wasn't frightening. It clearly was. But because he'd spent a summer learning something that he hadn't known he needed to learn, which was that he was not nothing. He was not the boy in the cupboard, though that boy was part of him and would be part of him for a long time. He was something older than the houses. He had allies. He had a language that predated the schools and the laws and the whole careful architecture of a world that had decided it knew what he was. He had his mother's eyes and his father's face and something in his blood that was both of them and neither of them and entirely his own. He was 11 years old and the night was warm and the garden was full of life that had trusted him with its most important things. He was ready. Nagini, he said. Tell me about the first year at Hogwarts. What do you know about it? She looked at the night sky above them. I know what I have heard and observed, she said. I know the castle is vast and old, and the magic in it is not entirely the ministry's magic. It is older and stranger, and it responds to things the ministry cannot measure. Good, Harry said. I know there are teachers who are not what they appear, she said. I know there is something in the school that Dumbledore is guarding, and has been guarding for some time, and that whatever it is will be relevant to you. Do you know what it is? No, she said. But I know it draws the wrong kind of attention. Harry thought about the Gringotts vault Hagrid had emptied. He thought about keeping something safe. He thought about Dumbledore's careful, long lines. I'll find out, he said. Yes, she agreed. You will. They sat in the warm dark, the boy and the snake, under the oak that had stood since before the houses, in the garden that had become something over the course of a summer, and the night held them in its ordinary extraordinary way, and the stars were out, and somewhere in Scotland a castle waited. Later, much later, when the house was fully dark and silent, Harry went back inside. He climbed the stairs quietly. He passed the door to Dudley's room, heard the television murmuring low, which meant Dudley was still awake, and stopped. He knocked. A pause. Yeah. Dudley said. Night, Dud, Harry said. Another pause. Night, Dudley said. Harry went to his room. He lay on the floor. Tomorrow he was going to ask about the mattress, definitely, but tonight the floor was fine, and looked at the ceiling in the dark. He thought about the morning the pest control man came, and how he'd sent all the snakes out through the garden at once. He thought about Vernon's face when Nagini came through the back door. He thought about Petunia handing him the book with her careful not quite looking. He thought about Dumbledore in the garden, drinking tea, saying deal. He thought about the hollow, 6 new adders asleep in the dark underneath the old oak in the corner of a Surrey garden, small and perfect and completely unaware that anything had happened this summer except that they were here, and the world was warm, and the garden was theirs. He fell asleep before he finished thinking about it. It was the best sleep he'd had in 11 years. Chapter 8, The Boy Who Spoke to Serpents. The morning Harry left for Hogwarts smelled like rain. Not the summer rain that had been arriving in thick warm sheets all August, something thinner, more serious, the first proper autumn rain, the kind that knows it isn't going anywhere for a while. It arrived before 7 and tapped against the window of his small room in the persistent way of weather that has made a commitment. Harry lay on his mattress. There was a mattress now, a proper one salvaged from the attic where Petunia had stored the spare bedroom furniture, delivered to his room 3 days after he'd asked for it by Vernon, who had not looked at him while delivering it and had said nothing, which Harry had decided counted, and listened to the rain and thought, today. He'd been thinking today for 2 weeks, since Hagrid had taken him to Diagon Alley and the world had expanded past suburban Surrey for the first time into something so large and strange and full that he'd spent the train ride back processing it in near silence, turning over wand wood and cauldrons and the look on Hagrid's face when people noticed Harry's scar. He didn't want to think about the scar today. He thought about the train instead. Platform 9 3/4, which he'd asked Hagrid about and gotten a fairly incomplete answer, and which he'd then asked Nagini about and gotten an answer that was accurate but delivered with such absolute unfamiliarity with the concept of a train that it hadn't been much more helpful. He had a ticket. He had a trunk. He had his wand, 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather, nice and supple, Mr. Ollivander had said, with an expression Harry hadn't been able to fully read. He got up. He dressed. He went downstairs. The kitchen was occupied in the specific way of the last 2 weeks, the new normal, which wasn't comfortable exactly but had the quality of things that have settled into positions they intend to maintain. Petunia was at the counter with coffee. Vernon was at the table with the paper. Dudley was eating cereal with the focused attention he brought to all food. Harry made toast. Nobody said anything for a few minutes. The rain moved against the window. The kitchen had the particular sound of a house on a significant morning that doesn't know how to acknowledge the significance. Trains at 11, Harry said. He said it to no one specifically, just to the room. King's Cross, Vernon said, from behind his paper. I know. I'll drive you. This was also new. Not the driving. Vernon had always driven Harry places when required, because Vernon's relationship to his car was one of the most reliable things about him. The I know was new. The absence of boy was new. Small things, but the summer had taught Harry that small things accumulated. Thank you, Harry said. Vernon turned a page. Dudley looked up from his cereal. What platform? 9 3/4, Harry said. Dudley frowned. There isn't a, I know, Harry said. Apparently there is. Dudley absorbed this with the expression he developed over August for information that was outside his previous category system, a kind of careful recalibration that looked effortful but was genuine. Right, he said. Harry ate his toast standing at the counter because that was what he usually did and old habits were hard to shift, and he looked at the kitchen, at the gap under the cooker where the grass snakes had been coming through, sealed now with a bit of copper tape Petunia had put in last week, at the flagstone outside the window where the one who knows the warm stones like to be, at the shed visible through the rain with the long grass around it, bending in the wet. He thought about the hollow. He thought about 6 new adders. He thought, it's fine. It'll be fine without me. He believed this. He believed it the way he believed things that were genuinely true, not wishfully, not as a comfort, but as an assessment of the evidence. He went to the garden before breakfast was finished. He didn't tell anyone he was going. He just went, which was something he could do now, go in and out of the garden without permission, without announcement, without it being registered as a suspicious deviation from some assigned task. Just a person going into their garden. It was extraordinary how ordinary that was, and how much it had cost to get there. The rain had eased to a fine drizzle by the time he was outside. He crossed the wet grass with his shoes on, which he wouldn't have done a few months ago. There would have been a rule about that, the mud, the carpet, some consequence to perform carefulness around. He walked to the oak tree and sat down with his back against it, in the place that had become his place, and waited. The one who knows the warm stones came first, which was always how it went. The grass snake appeared from the long grass and crossed the wet lawn and settled near Harry's foot with the composure of something that doesn't mind rain because rain is simply another weather. Morning, Harry said. The snake communicated warmth recognition, the particular greeting of something that recognizes something it is glad to recognize. I'm leaving today, Harry said. I know, the grass snake said. The garden knows. Harry looked at the garden. At the rain making small dark circles in the grass, at the shed with its secrets, at the bramble-hidden gap where the young ones had their warm rock. The young ones would need to find somewhere warmer soon, autumn was coming, and the cold with it, and the adders would be retreating to the deep dark under the shed for winter, all 23 of them, the 6 new ones making the journey for the first time. He thought about the 6 new ones making their first winter. He thought about the fact that they'd never seen snow yet. Take care of the young ones, he told the grass snake. They will take care of themselves, it communicated. As all young do, eventually. Yeah, Harry said. I know. He heard movement near the oak, the specific, unmistakable quality of very large movement, the kind that changes the air around it slightly. He turned. Nagini emerged from the hollow of the oak's massive roots, not the adder hollow, a different gap, a place between 2 massive roots that Nagini had been using to sleep on cold nights, which Harry had noticed and not commented on because it seemed like her business. She came out slowly, with the unhurried comprehensiveness of something that has slept well and is now choosing to be in the world. She looked at Harry. He looked at her. They had been doing this for 3 weeks. Looking at each other. He was starting to think that with Nagini, looking was a kind of conversation, that in the looking she was communicating things that were too large or too specific for the language, and that he was doing the same back. Today's the day, he said. Yes, she communicated. Are you going to be all right here? She regarded him with her amber eyes, and what came back was not quite amusement and not quite exasperation but lived in the space between them. I have been all right, she said, for considerably longer than you have been alive. My all-rightness does not depend on your proximity. I know, Harry said. He stopped. He was 11 years old and he was going to say I'll miss you to a snake, which was, he thought about it, completely fine, actually. I'll miss you, he said. She was still for a moment. Yes, she said. Something moved in the communication alongside the word, something that wasn't the word itself but came with it, something that arrived in Harry's chest with the warmth of something very old being genuine about something small. I will also miss you. You said you might come north in the spring. I said I might come north, she said. I am not committing to north. The Hogwarts grounds are very large, Harry said. I've read about them. The Forbidden Forest. The lake. He paused. No one would see an extra snake in the Forbidden Forest. She turned her head slightly. You have read about a forbidden forest and your response is to think about where I might sleep in it. Is that wrong? It is very you, she said. Harry smiled. He reached out and rested his hand on the ground near her, which was the closest thing to physical contact they had. He didn't try to touch her, and she didn't invite it, but she'd started resting near his hand when he did this, the warmth of her present at the edge of his palm. She did it now. They sat in the September rain for a few minutes in this arrangement. Then the eldest adder came. It came from the long grass, as it always did, with the measured unhurried purpose that Harry had come to read as its entire personality. It crossed the wet lawn and stopped near Harry and looked at him with copper-gold eyes. I'm going, Harry said. I know. The hollow is safe, Harry said. The 3 places. I won't let anything happen to them. The adder was still for a moment. You will not be here, it said. How will you protect from not here? I'll come back, Harry said. Every summer. And if anything changes, if something threatens the garden, Mrs. Fig knows how to reach people who know how to reach me. He looked at the adder steadily. If anything's wrong, you can find the grass snakes in her garden. She'll see them. She knows what it means. The adder regarded him. This was new information and it processed it with the same patient thoroughness it processed everything. You have arranged this. Last week, Harry said. Mrs. Fig has a slow worm under her garden wall. I've spoken to it. It knows to come to me, to come to its own equivalent of me, eventually, through the network, if the nest is threatened. He looked at the adder. I thought about it in advance. The adder was very still for a moment. Then it communicated something that Harry had never received from it before, not in kind but in quality, something that had the texture of approval, old and considered and genuine, the approval of something very old acknowledging something done correctly. Good, it said. That single word from the eldest adder, Harry found, was worth approximately as much as anything else he'd been given all summer. Thank you, he said. For everything. All 3 places. The hollow. The network. All of it. Thank the walking one who built the shed badly, the adder said. If the floor had been properly sealed we would have found a different garden. Harry laughed. The one who knows the warm stones communicated something quick and amused in response to the laugh. Even the eldest adder seemed to carry something lighter for a moment, some quality of a very old thing finding something genuinely worth the finding. He sat with them in the rain for a little while longer, until he heard Petunia call his name from the back door. He stood. He looked at the garden one more time, the full sweep of it, the oak and the ivy and the long grass and the shed and the bramble and all the hidden places, the whole living complicated network of it. I'll be back, he said. To the garden, to all of it. The garden held very still, in the way of something that believes you. The trunk went in the car boot with more difficulty than the geometry of the situation strictly required, which was because Vernon was doing the packing and had not developed any new relationship with the trunk's dimensions despite having been informed of them. Harry watched from the front step and did not offer to help, because offering would have required a negotiation about whether help was welcome, and this morning he didn't have the patience for that. Dudley came out of the front door behind him. He had his jacket on, the big one, the one he wore when he was going somewhere he considered an event. "You're coming?" Harry said. "Dad said I could," Dudley said. He looked at the car and at the boot and at Vernon's ongoing relationship with the trunk. "Mum's not." Harry looked at the front door. Petunia was in the doorway, not on the step, not coming out. In the doorway, arms folded across herself in the specific way that meant she was containing something. Harry walked back to the door. She looked at him. He looked at her. "You don't have to say anything," Harry said. "I know," she said. "All right," Harry said. "If you want." Something moved in her face. "Your mother wrote every week," she said. "The whole first term." "I know," Harry said. "You told me." "I wrote back," Petunia said. "Every week." A pause. "I want you to know that. That I wrote back." Harry held this. The image of two sisters writing letters every week across the divide between the ordinary and the extraordinary, two girls navigating something enormous, one of them chosen and one of them not. "I'll write every week," Harry said. Petunia looked at him with her mother's green eyes in her father's face, or maybe it was the other way round, Harry wasn't sure, and said nothing for a moment. Then she reached into the pocket of her cardigan and took out a small flat package wrapped in brown paper and held it out. Harry took it. "It's just photographs," she said. "Your parents." I had some that I hadn't," she stopped. "I thought you should have them." Harry held the package. He didn't open it. He looked at Petunia. "Thank you," he said. Meaning it entirely. She stepped back from the doorway. She was going to close the door, Harry could see it, the retreat, the familiar move toward the interior. Then she stopped. Lily would be, she stopped again. Tried differently. She would be the word wouldn't come and she stopped trying to find it, just held whatever it was in her expression, and Harry thought he understood it well enough without the word. "Go on then," she said. "You'll be late." He went. King's Cross was enormous and Saturday morning busy, full of the specific energy of people going places, announcements echoing off the high roof, pigeons making decisions above the concourse. Vernon pulled up outside, extracted the trunk from the boot with the aggrieved focus of a man determined not to ask for help, and they went in with a trolley that had one slightly skewed wheel and made a noise. Platform 9. Platform 10. The pillar between them. Harry stood in front of it and thought about the instructions, not running, but walking briskly, not thinking too hard, just going. He'd read about it in Hogwarts, a history. His mother's copy. The barrier is simple enough once you stop treating it as a barrier. He looked at the pillar. He looked at the trolley. He looked at Vernon and Dudley, who were both looking at the pillar with expressions that communicated they were very much not going to be walking through any walls today or any other day. "See you at Christmas," Harry said. "Christmas," Vernon said. He nodded, once, in the way of someone filing a commitment. Harry looked at Dudley. Dudley had his hands in his jacket pockets. He looked at Harry with the expression that had been developing since August, the one that didn't have a good short description but translated roughly to "I understand something now that I didn't understand before and I'm still working out what to do with it." "Don't be boring," Dudley said. Harry smiled. "I'll try," he said. "And," Dudley paused. "If you're going to, if you learn anything, interesting. You could tell me. When you're back." "Yeah," Harry said. "Okay." Dudley nodded. He stepped back. Harry turned to the pillar. He took a breath, not the nervous kind, the settling kind, the kind you take before something you've been working toward. He walked forward with the trolley and the skewed wheel and his trunk and his owl and all of it, and the pillar came up and then wasn't there, and the smell of the station changed, and the noise changed, and he came through to platform 9 3/4 and stopped. The Hogwarts Express was red. He'd known this, Hagrid had described it, Hogwarts, a history had described it, the sheer cultural persistence of it had described it, but knowing and seeing were different things, and he stood on the platform in the steam and the September air and looked at it, and felt the reality of it arrive in him all at once. It was real. All of it was real. He'd known this too, in the abstract, he'd known it since July, since the grass snake in the garden had first spoken to him, but real had a texture that changed at specific moments, and this was one of them. Standing on a hidden platform in King's Cross with steam from an impossibly red train and families around him who knew where they were going, who had trunks and owls and wands and the specific comfortable ease of people arriving somewhere they'd been told about all their lives. He'd been told about none of it. He'd found his own way here. He thought about that, standing in the steam, and found that it wasn't something to be sad about. It was something to be, he searched for the word. His. He'd found it. In a garden, through a locked door in himself, through patient and honest conversation with creatures who didn't need him to be anything he wasn't. He'd found it. He started moving toward the train. He found a compartment that was empty and settled in, trunk in the overhead rack, owl on the seat beside him, the brown paper package of photographs in his jacket pocket. He looked out the window at the platform, at the families, at the steam and the noise of it. A girl put her head in the compartment door. Bushy brown hair, bright eyes, the specific energy of someone who has done a great deal of reading in preparation for something and is very glad to be here. "Do you mind? Everywhere else is full." Harry looked at the platform. There were several empty compartments visible from where he was sitting. He looked back at the girl. "It's not full," he said. "But you can sit here if you want." She came in anyway, apparently having already decided, and sat across from him and put her own bag on the rack and then looked at Harry with the directness of someone who had been raised to introduce themselves. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "I've read all the course books already." "Have you?" "Most of them," Harry said. "I've got a few left." He paused. "I'm Harry Potter." She blinked. Then she did what people at the Leaky Cauldron had done, the look, the slight repositioning of understanding. "Oh," she said. Yes, I've read about you. In Modern Magical History and the Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and, I haven't read those," Harry said. "You haven't," she looked genuinely surprised. "But I only found out I was a wizard this summer," Harry said. "I've been catching up." She stared at him. Then she said, with the focused intensity of someone immediately interested in a problem, "What do you mean you only found out this summer?" Harry considered this. "It's a long story," he said. "I like long stories," she said. He looked at her. At the brightness of her, the readiness, the quality of someone who had spent their whole young life being told that the things she cared most about were too much, and had arrived here on this train and found that here they might not be. "Okay," he said. "But you have to tell me yours too." She looked surprised, then pleased. "All right," she said. "Mine's not very long. I'm Muggle-born. My parents are dentists. I got my letter and she stopped. "I was very glad," she said, in a way that carried exactly the weight of someone for whom glad is inadequate but who is choosing it anyway. "Me too," Harry said. The train shuddered. Outside, the platform began to move, or the train began to move, and the platform held still, and the effect was the same. King's Cross began to slide away. The last of the families on the platform, the last hands raised, the steam, and then the dark of a tunnel and then the light of a grey September morning in England, fields and hedges and the particular green of a country that has been rained on thoroughly. Harry watched the landscape and told Hermione his summer. Not everything, some things weren't for a first meeting. But the garden, and the grass snake, and the adders, and what he'd found he could do. Hermione listened with the focused attention of someone who listens the way other people eat, with complete commitment, noting everything. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. "Parseltongue," she said. "The hereditary gift. It's in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, it's very rare. Are you aware it's historically associated with Slytherin? Harry said. And Voldemort? Yes. She didn't flinch at the name. He noted that. Does it concern you? She asked. The association. The association isn't the thing itself, Harry said. A gift isn't what someone else did with it. She looked at him. Something moved in her expression, the quality of someone hearing a thing said simply that they've been trying to say complexly for a while. She paused. That's quite a sensible way to think about it. I had good advisors, Harry said. The snakes? Mainly one snake, Harry said. The big one. Hermione looked like she had approximately 47 follow-up questions about the big snake, which Harry found he didn't mind at all. The boy with the round face and the toad, Neville, who lost his toad almost immediately and had a quality of someone who had been losing things all his life and was developing, slowly, a philosophical relationship with the fact, came to their compartment around Derby. He sat down with the toad recaptured, and communicated with the honest simplicity of someone who hadn't yet learned to perform, and Harry thought, this one will be all right. The red-headed boy came at Birmingham, in the company of two brothers who peered into the compartment and said something about Harry Potter before the red-headed boy elbowed them away and came in red-faced. Ron Weasley, he said. Sorry about Fred and George. Harry Potter, Harry said. And I don't mind. Ron looked at him with the specific expression of someone who had been told what to expect and is finding the expectation isn't quite mapping to the reality. He sat down. He looked at Hermione, who looked back at him with cautious assessment. He looked at Neville, who was worried about his toad again. I've got a rat, Ron offered. And I tried to do a spell on him on the way here. To make him yellow. Did it work? Hermione asked immediately. No, Ron admitted. What spell? Harry asked. Ron told him. Hermione was already opening a book. Neville found his toad under the seat. The landscape outside turned from Midlands green to hillier, darker country, and the train moved north through the afternoon, and the compartment filled with the specific warmth of people finding each other on the first day of something. Harry watched it happen and thought about what he was learning, which was that allies came in many forms, not just ancient and cold-blooded and patient. Sometimes they came with toad problems and failed rat spells and the particular readiness of people who have been waiting for somewhere to belong. He thought about the garden. About the morning he'd sat in the long grass and said something is starting without knowing what the something was. He thought, this is the something. The letter from Mrs. Figg arrived 3 hours into the journey. He hadn't expected this, hadn't known she could send a letter this way, didn't know how she'd arranged it. But a small brown owl arrived at the compartment window with a determination that suggested it had been briefed on the destination, and Hermione opened the window because she was closest and had fast reactions, and the owl delivered a letter addressed in Mrs. Figg's elderly careful handwriting and left without waiting for a response. Harry opened it. Dear Harry, I wanted to write before you arrived, while you were still in between. I'm not very good at letters, so I'll be brief. The garden is fine. I checked this morning. Everything is in order. I wanted you to know that I have been your neighbor for 11 years, and I have not always been as present as I should have been. I was asked to watch and not to interfere, and I watched and didn't interfere, and I am not sure that was the right balance. I'm sorry for that. You are a remarkable boy, Harry. Not because of your scar or your history or what you can do. Because of how you chose to use this summer. Because of the way you treated the things that trusted you. Because when you found out you were powerful, your first instinct was to make sure the things under the shed were safe. Your mother would be extremely pleased. Come and have biscuits when you're back at Christmas. Mr. Tibbles will be less anxious by then, probably. Yours, Arabella Figg. P.S. I have put new cushions in the garden chairs. For spring. Harry read the letter twice. He folded it carefully and put it in his jacket pocket with the photographs. He looked out the window. The landscape had gone very northern, the hills proper now, dark and wide, a sky that was doing something complicated with clouds and late light. Somewhere up ahead, at the end of the line, there was a castle. "You all right?" Ron said. "Yeah," Harry said. "Good." He turned back to the compartment, to Hermione, who was explaining the theory behind Ron's failed spell with the focused generosity of someone who knows a thing and wants to give it away, to Neville, who was listening with the expression of someone who had spent his life being told he wasn't good at magic and was hearing for the first time that the problem might have been the spell, not the speller, to the late light coming gold through the train windows, to the particular warmth of this particular compartment on this particular day. He thought about Nagini's question, on a late night in the garden, "Are you afraid?" He thought about his answer. "I'm going to be ready for it." But no. He thought, yes. Still no. Hogsmeade Station was cold and very dark. Hagrid's voice came out of the darkness like a natural phenomenon, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." And Harry followed it with the rest of them across the platform, to the boats, to the Black Lake. He stepped into a boat with Hermione and Ron and Neville, and the boats began to move on their own across the glass-dark water, and then someone said, "Look," and everyone looked up. Hogwarts appeared from behind a rock face, coming suddenly into full view, lit from within and without, towers and battlements and an impossible amount of itself reflected in the lake below. Harry looked at it. He felt something he didn't have a word for yet, something that lived in the same territory as the moment the grass snake had first spoken to him, the same neighborhood as finding the hollow under the oak. The feeling of something being real that you'd always known was out there without being able to name it. He thought about his mother at 11, in a boat like this, looking up at the same towers. He thought about her handwriting, "I think this is going to change everything." He thought about how she'd been right, and how she'd chosen it anyway, the change and everything that came with it, including the end. He thought about being ready. The boats reached the shore. They climbed out, wet-footed on the rocks, and followed a path up toward the castle doors, and Harry walked among the other first years with his hands in his pockets and the photographs and the letter folded against his chest and the sound of the water behind them going quiet as they moved away from it. He thought about the garden. He thought about it the way you think about a thing that is safe and known and will be there when you return, not because you're afraid it won't be, but because the thinking of it is its own comfort, its own small light. 23 adders in the hollow under the oak. The one who knows the warm stones on the flagstone. The eldest adder in the long grass. 6 new ones making their first autumn. Nagini at the oak's roots, or maybe already moving north, unhurried, following something she hadn't decided to follow until she found she was following it. The castle doors opened. Harry walked through them. In the great hall, under a ceiling that showed the clouded sky above, at a table that had been waiting for him whether it knew it or not, in a school that was older than the house and the street and all the careful ordinary architecture of the life he'd been handed, Harry Potter sat down. He looked around the hall. At the candles, the tables, the teachers at the front, the ancient and enormous and slightly unbelievable reality of all of it. At Hermione beside him, who was looking at everything with the focused joy of someone finally in the right place. At Ron across the table, who was looking at the ceiling with his mouth slightly open, because the ceiling deserved that reaction. Professor McGonagall arrived with the Sorting Hat. The hat was old and patched and slightly battered, which Harry found reassuring. It had the quality of something that had been doing its job long enough to be comfortable about it. It was placed on a stool. It sat there. It began to sing. Harry listened to the song with the particular quality of attention he'd been developing since July, the attention of someone who knows that information arrives in unexpected forms and that you should receive it fully when it comes. The hat sang about the founders and the houses and what each of them valued, and Harry thought about Salazar Slytherin and the snake on the Slytherin crest and the gift in his blood, and thought about what the hat would make of him. He thought about it without anxiety. He thought, "I know what I am. Let's see what you make of it." Names were called. Children went to the stool. The hat was placed, the hat deliberated, the hat called out names that sent them to tables that erupted in welcome. Granger, Hermione. Gryffindor, Hermione slid into a seat with the expression of someone crossing a finishing line. Longbottom, Neville. A long pause, then Gryffindor, Neville exhaled with his whole body. Weasley, Ronald. Gryffindor before the hat quite settled, Ron nearly tripped getting to the table. Potter, Harry. The hall went very quiet. He walked to the stool. He sat down. The hat was placed on his head and slipped over his eyes, and the hall disappeared, and he was in the specific dark of his own head, with something pressing in at the edges that was not his own thought. "Ah," said the hat. Not aloud, inside, private, a voice like very old paper. "Potter." "Yes. I've been wondering." "Have you?" Harry thought back. "You're full of surprises," the hat said. "Bravery, yes, considerable. Loyalty. Intelligence, more than you've been allowed to use, which has made it sharper." A pause. "And there it is. The thing in the blood. Old blood. Slytherin's own." "I know," Harry thought. "Most children are alarmed to hear that," the hat observed. "I know what I am," Harry thought. "The gift isn't the person." The hat was quiet for a moment. It had the quality of something genuinely considering, turning over something it had received. Then, "You know," it said, "in 400 years of sorting, I have sorted very few who came here already certain of themselves. Not arrogant, certain. There's a difference. I had good advisors," Harry thought. "Snakes," the hat said. "Mostly." A pause. The hat seemed almost amused. "Where to put you," it said, with the tone of something that already knew. "The snake blood says Slytherin. The heart says, it says whatever it says," Harry thought. "I'm not afraid of either." "No," the hat said. "You're not." Another pause, longer. "You would do well in Slytherin. You would remake that house from the first day." It paused again. "But the friends you made on the train are in Gryffindor. And the battles you'll fight will be fought better from that table." Something shifted in the hat's attention, something that felt almost like a decision being made. "The snake blood doesn't define the destination." "You're right about that. The destination is Gryffindor," the hat called. The red and gold table erupted. Harry lifted the hat from his head and looked at the hall coming back into view, the candles and the ceiling and the 4 tables and the teachers, and walked to the Gryffindor table where Ron was making room and Hermione was clapping with the specific focused enthusiasm of someone who is very glad about an outcome. He sat down. He looked at the teachers' table. Dumbledore, in the center, met his eyes across the hall. Something moved in the old face, something warm and genuine and more complicated than just warm, the expression of a man who has learned something this evening that he will be thinking about for a long time. Harry held his gaze for a moment. He nodded. Dumbledore nodded back. Harry turned to Ron, who was already talking about food with the focused urgency of someone who is very hungry and is aware that the ceiling of this hall can produce any amount of it. He turned to Hermione, who had a question about the sorting hat's methodology that she had apparently been composing during the sorting itself. He turned to Neville, who was describing his toad in a way that suggested the toad's personality was more complex than most people gave it credit for. He was here. He was exactly where he was supposed to be, and he had arrived on his own terms, and he had left behind something safe and something living in something that would be there when he returned. The food appeared. The candles burned. The enchanted ceiling moved through its clouds above them. In the chair between Ron and Hermione and Neville and everything that was coming, Harry Potter ate his first real meal at Hogwarts and thought, with the clean certainty of something that has been earned, begin. Somewhere in Surrey, in the garden of number 4, Privet Drive, the rain had stopped. The garden was quiet in the way gardens are quiet when they are full of things that don't make noise, full to the edges, alive at every level from the soil to the oak's highest branches. The long grass held its stillness. The shed stood over its secrets. The hollow under the oak roots was warm and dark and full of sleeping adders, 23 of them now, including 6 who had not yet seen their first winter and were sleeping through the beginning of it with the complete trust of things born into safety. At the base of the oak, in the place where Harry had sat every morning of the summer, the grass held the impression of someone who had been there often and recently. The one who knows the warm stones was on the flagstone, which was wet from the day's rain but still held enough residual warmth for preference. The garden held its quiet. Then, at the back gate, the gate that creaked and let in the cool night air and sometimes let in other things, there was a sound. The very faint percussion of something very large moving with great precision across the back lane. The gate opened. Nagini came in. She moved through the garden with the unhurried certainty of something that knows a place well, around the shed, past the compost, through the long grass, to the oak. She settled at its base in her usual position, in the impression that was already there in the grass, and looked at the house with her amber eyes. The house was dark. The windows held nothing. She looked at it for a while anyway. The one who knows the warm stones communicated from the flagstone, he is gone. I know, Nagini said. He will come back. I know, she said again. The grass snake was quiet for a moment. Then, you were going to go north. I will go north, Nagini said. Tomorrow, perhaps. Or the day after. She settled further, the massive coil of her finding its familiar position. Tonight I am here. The garden held them in its quiet, the snake who had been moving for 9 years and had stopped, at least for tonight, the grass snake on the warm stone, the sleeping adders in their hollow, the shed, the bramble, the ivy, all of it breathing together in the September dark. Somewhere to the north, in a castle on a cliff above a black lake, the lights were burning. Nagini looked at the house one more time. Then she closed her eyes, and the garden breathed around her, and the night moved through its hours, and everything waited, with the infinite patience of things that know how to wait, for what came next.